This meeting is being recorded.
Good evening. Welcome to the Monomoy Regional School Committee meeting for August 11th. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 6:02. And I'm waiting to see if we're supposed to have a couple of our members attend via Zoom. So I'm waiting to see if they might pop in. But if not, we do not need to do a roll call vote because or should I do a roll call vote? Well, no, for calling the meeting to order. No, okay. So we're all present in the room at the moment. So our first order of business is to go into executive session pursuant to MGL Chapter 30A, Section 21A, Paragraph 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the Monomoy Regional Educators Association, MREA, Unit B, if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the district's bargaining or litigating position, and the chair so declares it. May I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Ooh, all three. And you got one? Somebody so moved, Tina. And a second?
Second.
And a roll call vote, Meredith?
Aye.
Danielle? Aye. Tina?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Terry?
Aye.
And the chair says aye. So we are going to go into executive session, and we will be back at public session at approximately 6:30 p.m. So thank you. right, good evening. Thank you for joining us. We did call our meeting to order already, and we adjourned into executive session, and we are coming back into public session at 6:33 p.m. I'd like to make an announcement that this building is a mask zone. There are notes on the door that state that, and I'm going to ask that all of you please put on a mask or you need to leave the building. There is a Zoom option, so if you don't feel comfortable wearing a mask and don't want to, then you don't have to, but we are in a building that is designated as a mask zone. So if you please put on your masks, or I need to ask you to leave the building. Yes, there is public announcement around the building stating that as you enter the building, you need to wear a mask. I need you to wear a mask, please. And if you can't wear a mask, I'm going to ask you to leave the building, please. This is a public meeting, but it's still a business meeting. Thank you. I will move on to our first order of business, which is approval of our July 14th minutes. May I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Did Sharon join us yet?
She's up there. Yeah, there she is.
Okay, Sharon Stout, one of our school committee members, has joined us, so we actually do need to do a roll call vote now. Meredith?
Aye.
For approval of the July 14th minutes.
Aye.
Danielle? Aye. Tina?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Terry?
Aye.
And Sharon, do you approve the July 14th minutes?
She's on mute.
Sharon, you're on mute. Can you hear me? Okay, so I'm just going to say it, and the chair says aye, so the motion carries. Next order of business is public comments. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes to speak, and the additional time is at the discretion of the chair. In the Zoom meeting? Okay. So I'll go back and forth. I'll start out with the sign-in sheet. I have Matt Brown. And when you come to the podium, can you please state your name and your address, please, before you begin?
My name is Matt Brown. I live at 2 Elizabeth Road in Harwich. I'm a social studies teacher here at the high school, and so I'm a member of the Monomoy community. Across from my house is a skilled care facility for the elderly, and it was Harwich's ground zero during the early stages of the pandemic. I saw a daily caravan of emergency vehicles coming to take my neighbors to the ICU, where many of them died. During the opening months of the pandemic, nearly half of the deaths in Harwich were my neighbors. It was a chilling warning. As a teacher, I focus foremost on the safety and well-being of my students, and the Monomoy administration under Dr. Carpenter has not only shared that priority, but has acted with wisdom and foresight in response to the emerging and ever-changing, literally evolving threat of COVID-19. How we respond as a community to the pandemic depends on trust. Our trust in each other, our trust in our leaders, and foremost, our trust in those who wield the best judgment of the facts. The administration is doing so, trusting the guidance of the Centers for Disease Control and the American Association of Pediatrics, which, because of the outbreak of the Delta variant, now advise wearing masks indoors to protect the vaccinated and unvaccinated alike. That is to say, our students, and their families. I teach history. History teaches us that each pandemic is different and that each outbreak unfolds differently. History also teaches us that during any emergency, there are those who sow distrust in the best current science. They shun experts and are often sincere and heartfelt in their objections to taking the best known precautions. In this case, masking while indoors. Whatever their motivations, however sincere their objections, instead of trusting those who are motivated primarily by political considerations, now, like the Monomoy administration, we should place our trust in the virologists, epidemiologists, and public health specialists at the CDC and the AAP. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there somebody in the Zoom? If you can raise your hand so that we can find you. I don't see any.
Can you just announce that one more time, maybe a little louder? I don't see anybody.
Does anybody have a raised hand in the Zoom room?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I see.
You see her? Katie
My eyes see her, but I can't read her.
Katie Cutter.
Katie Cutter, could you please unmute and please state your name and where you live?
Hi, my name's Katie Cutter. I live in Harwich.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
I have a child entering Monomoy Middle School. Excuse me. Sorry. And a child in Harwich Elementary. I just want to thank you for your time this evening and for all the work you put into these decisions and policies. I admit that I was pretty skeptical going into the school year last fall, and was anticipating a full district shutdown early on. But over and over again, our district continued to, and I believe continues to, hit this out of the park. I'm referring to the plan of going back to school. I've watched and listened to family and friends from across the state and country deal with various difficulties in their respective districts while they all looked enviably towards ours. So much so that other districts have used Monomoy as an example of how to handle this difficult situation. I'm appreciative and grateful for everything that you all collectively have done to navigate us all through this pandemic so far. I was very happy to see the plan for this fall, especially since it highlights the need to continually adapt and to focus on our community and the status that we're in locally, rather than using a broad stroke and applying statistics from afar that are not directly affecting us. I do believe this was one of the main reasons last year was so successful. I also appreciate the changes made to help get back to normal, with kids being able to eat in the cafeteria, not having to stay in cohorts and not having to wear masks outdoors. I believe it's important for all of us to pay attention to these steps that are moving us forward, since that is the direction that we all want to be heading. I know no one wants to be wearing masks, but I do hope that everyone does recognize the difficult decisions that are being made in this district are being made by those who have kept our kids in school safely the last year, while countless districts could not. So I just wanted to say I'm very supportive of this plan, and I'm appreciative and grateful that my kids are Monomoy students, and I just wanted to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Katie. I have Leah Mercurio. Could you please put on a mask?
I can't because I'm here for my kids. Okay. Good evening. My name is Leah Mercurio. I live at 207 Church Street in Harwich. I have 3 children in the Monomoy district, 2 that are entering into the middle school this year. I cannot agree with the statement that was just made on how well the Monomoy district has done for our children through the pandemic in allowing them to be in school full time or have the option for remote. With that being said, my family, like many others, have gone above and beyond through this pandemic. We've done our due diligence, and we've also honored our personal responsibilities to those in our community.
Wear a mask.
With this summer, I have seen, as our family and many others, we have shed our masks, we have enjoyed our local businesses, we have entered the Mariners game where I've seen many of you and your children. We have done the things in our community that have been allowed. Now, with the return to school and the new mask mandate being put in place, I need to stand here and know that I did everything I could to speak up for my children on their behalf. Throughout the summer, we saw a rise in cases right in our backyard. The rise in cases has dropped from 23 to 4.8% in just 2 weeks, and we are just 2% away from having it classified as a containment. The most important number to me, though, is that 78%, and these are CDC numbers, you can check them, 78% of those cases were in fully vaccinated individuals. The CDC and the NIH have both come out and stated that fully vaccinated individuals can contract and spread this disease as almost the exact same rate as an unvaccinated person. We also know that these variants, COVID, Delta, and any new variants that come from this, are respiratory diseases. These are aerosol particles. It has also been stated in numerous studies since previous pandemic that no matter the standard of mask, these aerosol particles can get through. Again, CDC and NIH. These are the companies, these are the government facilities that we are following the science on. We know based on these studies published that coronavirus and other respiratory viruses can absolutely make it through a mask. Furthermore, the recommendation to segregate students based on vaccination status in the future is a clear-cut case of discrimination on many levels. This puts the school committee and our school community at risk for a lawsuit, something I think that we all want to avoid. I personally pride my family for being part of the Monomoy district, and I would like to see ill come upon them. I know that myself and many other people in our community disagree with the segregation of students based on their vaccination status, especially for a vaccination that is not mandatory. I am focused not only on the science that I stated, but also the science of mental health. Since the pandemic has started, suicide attempts and mental health issues have gone up nearly 52% for girls and 26% for boys. The leading cause for these statistics is due to social isolation and induced anxiety and panic attacks related to mask wearing and social distancing. I've heard from other adults that it is not the children who complain, but the parents. That is because we as parents have raised respectful, well-mannered children.
Excuse me, that's over 3 minutes. If you have a few moments or...
Just one more second.
One more sentence would be great.
One more sentence. Sure. So it's not the children that are complaining, it's us that is complaining as parents, because we are the ones that will take care of our children when they are sick. We are the ones that will be there when their social anxiety reaches max level because they're not with their friends. We are the ones
That's
who
multiple
will care for them when
sentences.
they come home.
Thank you.
So we are the ones that should
Thank you.
decide whether or not they should wear a mask.
Thank you. I think I saw on Zoom Allie's phone. And Allie, could you please unmute? I think it says Allie. Sorry, my distance is not doing me well this evening. Thank you. Allie, you're on mute. If you'd like to speak, thank you. Okay.
I think I have it.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, we weren't able to hear more than half of this meeting, the people on Zoom. Is this going to be recorded?
It is being recorded, yes.
Where will we be? No, we heard you. Thank you, Leah. That was awesome. Where will we be able to see this? Just so that half of us on Zoom that missed most of it can see it later.
All of our meetings are posted on the monomoy.edu website.
Thank you very much. Okay, I am here just to speak on behalf of my children. I do feel like people are starting to discriminate.
Excuse me, could you, I'm sorry, Allie, could you please state your full name and address?
Sure, it's Alicia Kelly, and I live in Dennisport.
Thank you.
So I school choice because this district is fantastic. I do believe this district will make the right decision and allow parents to choose whether or not they feel their children should be wearing masks. I don't think that I can compete with the great information that's been given so far about not needing the masks. I do have my own research, and I'd be willing to share it with anybody that's interested in it, and I have already forwarded it on to the school committee and Scott Carpenter. Scott, I'm sorry you weren't able to answer any of my emails. I have emailed you a few times. I know that you're a busy guy, and I hope that at some point you will be able to email me back. But I do appreciate all the work that you guys put in. I'm in this district because you are known to be a really strong district, and I want to stay here. But I think you guys need to do some of your own research about masking and about the vaccinations and about discrimination. It's getting really difficult to be a parent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ally. Next is Adam Lance.
Hello, Adam Lang from Chatham. Thank you all for your service, whether you're on the school committee or serve in the school system. We know a lot more now than we did last year about this disease. Like the first speaker brought up, this primarily impacts the elderly, immune compromised, and the obese. That's the highest death rate. We also know with children, which make up 75 million Americans, those under the age of 18, the death toll from COVID for the entire pandemic is under 340. They have an 18 better time chance of drowning than dying from COVID. So we know this does not impact children. Very rarely, very rarely. So I asked this school committee to take that into consideration. Don't be a sheep and follow people like the CDC or DESE that give you no facts and data but make recommendations. Use critical thinking, please. And please consider giving the parents the choice, right? The parents the choice to mask their children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I see in the Zoom room, Sarah Sneed was first. Sarah, can you unmute?
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Could you state your name and address, please?
Yes,
Thank you.
my name is Sarah Sneed, and I live in Harwich. I have a lot of children that have been through the Monomoy School District, and I truly appreciate all of the staff, faculty for our schools. Greatly appreciate them. I do believe that our children should be better safe than sorry and wear masks in school. I realize that there are a lot of people who believe that they should have the choice to allow their children to wear masks or not, and I don't believe in segregating children. I don't believe that's the right path to take. But I do believe in order to keep all of our community safe, it is in everyone's best interest to continue to wear masks in school for the time being. The recommendation from the CDC, and I know that some people do not agree with me, is that it just continues to protect our students. The cloth masks, as I understand, don't really do a whole lot. It is the surgical masks that are the most protective, and as long as they are nice and tight around the face, it will stop the spread of all of the microbes that come out of the mouth and the nose. And it's not necessarily about protecting just the children. It's also the people that they go home to, and when they go out into our community, it's protecting everyone, not just the children. So I would encourage you to consider all of our community, not just our children. It's for the safety of everyone.
Thank you very much. Next on the list is Francesca.
Hi, is it this microphone?
Well, there's both. One
Okay.
goes through the computer and one goes through the speaker
Okay,
system.
great. My name is Francesca Cusack. I live in Harwich, and I have, at this point, one son here. I had two, but one just graduated. So as a mother and a teacher for many years in this community, I can definitely attest to the level of care and compassion that is needed in keeping our children safe and free from harm. I know that wearing masks is not ideal. However, they absolutely work in preventing the spread of COVID. Many of the adults here are vaccinated, and I had hoped that we would all be able to move on and see the end of the pandemic in our sights. However, as we are all well aware, the new Delta variant, which is the dominant strain in the US, is far more transmissible and capable of causing breakthrough infections. And for those who are not vaccinated, either due to age, medical needs, or by choice, this illness impacts them to a far worse degree and more often. In this new reality, we need to constantly adapt and follow the science before the virus hurts more or mutates again. We need to listen to the experts and follow the science. We all deserve our rights and freedoms in this country, including the right to not be exposed to a deadly disease. That is my right, and is also the government's obligation to see to the health and well-being of its citizenry. For some, they may feel that their rights are infringed upon, and I understand, but I do not see it that way myself. When I look around, I see fellow community members of all political, religious, and cultural stripes, and I see that it's my obligation as a patriotic American to care about someone else's children like they are my own, to care for my fellow community members. I see that we all need to take measures for a little bit longer to stop the spread of this nasty illness. I don't want to have to look at any more of my students that have lost parents to this disease, or to see anybody else that's lost somebody to this disease. Furthermore, there are so many families that are headed solely by older grandparents, and that is a fact. Families who include medically vulnerable children, those with children under 12, or families with someone undergoing cancer treatments, all of whom I know personally and care about. To have universal masking in place until we see our numbers improve is necessary. Once they improve, we can and should reassess masks. However, until that time, I do not want to put anyone else in jeopardy when there is a simple mitigation practice that we can do. It's our duty to maintain the health and wellness of each other. I have never seen a child harmed from wearing a mask at school, and I have 2 sons of my own. Neither they nor any of their friends complained. However, if there are medical reasons for not wearing one, that should be accommodated as well. There are built-in mask breaks at schools, we all know this, lunch breaks, snack times, and many other times that we can be outdoors unmasked. This is all built in. Sadly, we are seeing the effects in other areas of our country where little to no mitigation measures are in place. Hospitals are at or near capacity, and illness and deaths are steadily rising.
So that's over 3 minutes. If you can finish up, please,
Sure.
with a sentence.
Okay. I support Monomoy's decision to keep my son and all other students, faculty, and staff and collective family members safe until we get this pandemic back under control. I have a deep respect for everyone here, and I'm open to other people's views. Healthy, respectful discussions are what our country was founded on.
Okay.
Yet, I express the support.
Thank you very much. I believe Jessica was next. Jessica, if you could please unmute, state your name and where you live. Oh, where'd she go? Jessica, are you still in Zoom?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, sure, thank you. I was just calling to
Could you-
express my support for continuing with
Jessica?
the masks.
Could you hold on just a second? Could you state your name, please, and your address?
Oh, sure, it's Jessica Rogers, and I live on Maddie's Road in Chatham.
Thank you.
Sure. Last year, I decided to keep my children home because of COVID, and just watched what a great job that the Monomoy school system did with children wearing masks and following protocols. And so when I saw that the recommendation of Superintendent Carpenter was to continue the masks inside, it made me feel a lot more comfortable with my decision to send my children back into school in person this year. Because it's been proven that wearing a mask has worked and kept our school open for as long as it did. And then especially with this Delta variant, which is causing more children to be hospitalized than last year. So that's all that I wanted to say, express my support.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I had to make sure I was following something real quick. Next up is Greg F.
Hi there, I'm Craig. I'm from Harwich.
Thank you. What's your last name?
That's Florence.
You can tell her.
Oh, it's Florence.
Thank you.
Thanks. I did prepare something, but anyway. My daughter, she can't wait to get back to school and to see her friends and to feel some sense of normalcy again. I just want to thank all of you guys. I think that this plan that you've put together is terrific. I'd like to thank the superintendent, school committee, the teachers, all the staff, everybody who worked tirelessly alongside the parents and behind the scenes to ensure that our kids are safe and healthy. And I'm absolutely confident that your decision-making is guided by the best available facts and medical science. I truly believe that it is also guided just as much by your genuine care and concern for our kids. COVID-19 has affected the entire world, killed hundreds of thousands of Americans, and most poignantly affected us here in our own community, killing about 480 Cape Codders. And to illustrate the gravity of this, I'd point out that the number is uncomfortably close to the number of students enrolled at Monomoy. I understand that the question of masking generally comes down to one of freedom. In this case, I think that the freedom of students to attend school with confidence that the greatest lengths have been taken to ensure their health and safety, and the freedom of parents not to have to worry that their children could be exposed to COVID-19 in the classroom outweighs any perceived inconvenience from wearing masks. My wife and I are fully vaccinated, but our children can't yet be. And the same pre-existing medical condition that makes our daughter more susceptible to COVID also demands that we pay close attention as the vaccine rolls out to younger kids. And until that happens, masking is the most effective and common sense preventative measure that we can take as more data becomes available. More becomes available every day to support this. Again, I just want to thank you all, and I just wanted to share my piece. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next, we have in the Zoom room Courtney Wittenstein? Sorry if I'm...
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, my name is Courtney Wittenstein. I live on Mary Beth Lane in Harwich. And I am here to support the plan that was rolled out by Monomoy and the suggestion from Superintendent Carpenter. I have a daughter entering kindergarten and a son entering 3rd grade. Last year, I actually pulled them and homeschooled them, and it was a really hard choice. If you had told me 5 years ago I'd be homeschooling, I would have laughed in your face. However, my son Nolan has asthma. He's had pneumonia 3 times in his life. We don't know how the Delta variant, we don't know how COVID-19 is going to affect kids. And, just because it necessarily hasn't hit our community hard, it doesn't mean that it's not going to. So the reason I chose to send my kids back to school this year is because I heard from so many parents how phenomenal the teachers and the staff at Monomoy handled COVID and how safe it felt. And that, for me, made my decision easy to send them back this year. So I didn't even really know that this was a question. I don't even understand why we're questioning the fact that we need masks when it is proven that they are helping. And so many people on here have said, it's not just protecting our kids, it's protecting our whole community. It's protecting my dad, who has had lung cancer and 4 heart attacks. It's protecting my mom, who is over 70. It's not about just us. It's about everyone that we see every single day. So I'm here to support. I'm so thankful to Jess Rogers for telling me that this meeting was just happening, and Daniel Tolley and everyone. And I support all of you, and I thank you all for the work that you're doing to keep our community and our kids and our families and my dad and my mom safe.
Thank you, Courtney. Next in our physical room, Megan Smith.
Hi, my name is Megan Smith. I am a Harwich resident. I am a staff member at Harwich Elementary, very proud staff member at Harwich Elementary. However, I am speaking as a parent this evening. Sorry, I had a paper ready, but when I forgot it at home. But you know what? The staff really are good about changing on a moment. So here we are on my Google Drive. Speaking as a parent, I do appreciate how the district has kept my child as safe as possible this past year and a half. I say this having experienced sitting with a young child in the hospital for a week while doctors try to determine the cause of respiratory distress. I have a child who is at significant risk of illness if exposed to COVID. That child will be vaccinated as soon as possible, I promise. But until then, it is up to the community around us to keep my child and all children at risk safe. Wearing or not wearing a mask is not about risking your own exposure to the disease. If that were the case, I'd say go for it. You know what, go for it. Let anyone go without masks because you're only putting yourself at risk or your children. However, wearing a mask is primarily intended to prevent the spread, especially from asymptomatic people. A mask helps you keep your germs, and especially the virus, to yourself. I hate wearing masks. I literally don't know anybody who's like, yes, I'm wearing a mask today. Nobody does it. Everyone hates wearing masks. But I remember my parents complaining when they had to start wearing seatbelts. They hated having to wear seatbelts, but we all got used to it. Kids hate wearing sunscreen, but parents will continue to apply it to them. Wearing a mask is even more important because it isn't about protecting yourself. It contributes to the well-being of at-risk members of our community. We aren't wearing masks for ourselves. We are wearing them for our senior citizens, for our immunodeficient neighbors, and for our children. I do want to finish by saying thank you to the administration and the school committee for how the pandemic has been handled so far. Our district has been an example of how to minimize disruptions while accommodating parents' concerns and keeping children and staff safe. I know that you all will continue to make the hard but responsible decisions that need to be made. Thank you.
Thank you. Back in the Zoom, I believe, Don King, you've been raising your hand off and on. Sorry, I've caught it out of the corner of my eye a couple times. So if you could please unmute, state your name and where you live.
Thank you. My name is Dawn King. I live in Dennis and I teach in Harwich. This is going to be very emotional for me, so I'm going to try to get through it. Our website says that Monomoy Regional School District is a community of learners of all ages focused on building knowledge, positive character, and resiliency in a safe, supportive, creative, and challenging environment. I'd like to address these points. Building knowledge. Science has proven that the effectiveness of wearing, has proven the effectiveness of wearing masks. Any legitimate source will show you this. We know that the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends that all people vaccinated or not wear masks. Positive character. We teach empathy to our students, our children. We care about each other, and the choices we made are made with this in mind. Resiliency in a safe, supportive, creative, and challenging environment. We can't be more challenged than we are right now. Last year, the children did a remarkable job wearing masks, and I think that's why we were able to be in person most all of last year. The children are safer with masks on. There is no proof that wearing a mask is detrimental to the health of a typical child. There is proof that universal masking can save lives. Voluntary masking will likely be much less effective and could lead to school closures and community transmission. Wearing a little bit of cloth over my face for the time I'm in school is what I will be doing. I did it to help slow the spread. Ask yourself what you're doing to help slow the spread and protect those children and adults in your school community and the community at large. Now, I've heard somebody say they've done what was allowed, but I didn't hear that person say they will do what will help others. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in person is Kelly, and I'm sorry, I can't read the last name. Kelly?
My name's Kelly Zimmerman, Fieldhouse Lane, Harwich.
Thank you.
I'm a child in high school and middle school. It's personally important to me that we teach our children to do the right thing and speak up, respect others, and with that, I cannot get behind the mask mandate. It's an experimental vaccine. We don't know the long-term effects on our children. We do know the science clearly shows that children are less affected by the disease. You know, I'm vaccinated. I did it because I have underlying health issues. That was my choice. That's the right choice for me. It's not the right choice for everyone. How am I supposed to look my children in the face and teach them about consent with their own bodies when you're forcing this drug and masks onto them? We're all going to be exposed whether we wear masks or not. I'm sorry. Sorry for your loss. I've lost 5 to this disease. Life is not eternal. Death happens. It's a fact of life. We do not live in a safe world. With that, when I'm around people at risk, I'll cover my face out of respect for them. But it's got to stop. You cannot force this onto our children's bodies. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all the efforts of the administration.
Thank you. Kimberly in the Zoom room. You unmute and state your name and where you live. Did we lose Kimberly?
Hi, sorry about that.
No worries, thank you.
Hi, thanks. My name is Kimberly Robbins. I live on Forest Beach Road in South Chatham. I have a son who graduated in 2021. Thank you, Monomoy, for making that happen. And I have a son who's going to be a freshman. So I'm just listening to everybody speak with hopefully, trying to be open-minded and understanding where everybody's coming from and their perspectives. And I am not a scientist, I'm not a virologist, epidemiologist, I'm actually a realtor, and I'm a parent. And I'm not going to bore anybody with the data that I have read from like the New England Journal of Medicine, Stanford, Lancet, any of those. We all feel confident, whether it's correct or not, in our research. But what I know is that this school system has been phenomenal in addressing, since the spring of 2020, getting our kids up and running immediately online so that we really didn't miss that much school. There were so many school systems across the state, across the country, who couldn't get their act together, who didn't know how to wrap their heads around having our kids, unfortunately, which had to happen, but ideally, being isolated in a room or whatever, it was just terrible. But you know what? They kept the learning. They kept it going. And all they do, the school system, is they do their research. And they try to find a way to keep our kids engaged. And at that moment in time, in the spring of 2020, or, whenever, February, March, April, they did the best that they could do. And they rose to the occasion. And other speakers have mentioned, other school systems tried to emulate and adopt how they dealt with it. Then you fast forward to fall of 2020. And our kids were able to go to school in person. And there was very little, very little transmission because they were able to socially distance and mask, and the kids were great. They lost definitely the spirit of and the excitement of going to school. That was one thing that was totally noticed, that they followed the rules and they did what we asked of them. Now going forward, through, having my oldest child go through, to graduate and the fact that he could participate in his sports and so much, he had a prom, he had a graduation, all this was because this administration follows the science. They're not trying to stop anybody's freedoms or anything like that. They want the kids to experience the school system. That's what their goal is. And so I'm not, again, a scientist. I think that I am a critical thinker, but I'm going to follow their guidance because they have our best interest in mind. And so if you don't trust the administration, you don't trust them. Nobody can make you trust anybody. But based on our experience and what our school system and what our children experienced in a pandemic this year, I think that our school system undoubtedly did the best in the state and in the country. Again, West Coast, I have many friends over in California. I have friends all over, as we all do, and relatives all over the country. And this school system has not let us down. And so I am fully in support of what they do. And I have been on, just so you know, all of the school councils from the Chatham Elementary, Chatham Monomoy Middle, and the high school. And that's part of being on the improvement plan. So I see behind the scenes what they do.
Kim?
And I'm in full support, and thank you for my 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Is there anybody else present in the actual room? Speak public comment? The podium, please state your name and where you live.
Hi, my name is Heidi Gavoni. I live in Yarmouthport, and I'm here because I'm a concerned citizen, and I'm coming here to speak as a grandmother, because I hear a lot of people constantly say about the grandparents, we're going to protect the grandparents. Well, I have 3 going on 4 grandchildren. That would be called, if I was worried about whether I was going to catch something for my grandchildren, that they have pretty much a 0% chance of dying from. If I was more worried about my health than the life and happiness of my grandchildren while they're in school, to cover the dirtiest part of their bodies with a face mask, dirtier than your bottoms, whether you know it or not. And there is no the science. It's called science. It's ever evolving and ever changing. And as a grandmother, self-preservation that I see among everyone is disgusting. We are going to be judged in the future of how we have treated the least among us, the children, the most vulnerable. And if all we're caring about is whether the teachers or the parents or the grandchildren the grandparents are going to be sick, shame on us. The kids are fine. Let them go to school. Let them have their freedom. Let them be kids. There are more children being harmed from isolation, from self-harm, from suicides than any way this virus has ever come close to harming any children from actually having COVID-19. You should all check out the children'shealthdefense.org, which is actually doing evolving science, not the science, but evolving science. That's what science is. So as a grandmother, shame on all of you who would put yourselves in your health in front of the happiness of children who have a 0% chance of dying from this illness, virtually a 0. Stronger chance of getting hit by lightning than having a child die from this. So self-preservation in the society has become ugly, 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 ugly. And as a grandmother, I would never push that on my grandchildren. Let them have a life. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe in the Zoom room we have Heather, and I cannot read your last name. I'm sorry. Apparently I need to go back to the eye doctor. Heather, if you can unmute and state your name and where you live.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I have 3 very rambunctious children. who seem to have gained a lot of energy as time approaches. So apologize for the background noise. First, I just want to say thank you to everyone for this incredible, insane roller coaster that we've been on, and for keeping us healthy and safe through all of it, for keeping us sane. Dr. Carpenter, your emails and your correspondence have been phenomenal from March on. I can't thank you enough for that, and knowing that you had all of our best interests at mind in all of your decisions that you're making. And I have 3 children that were all, actually 2 that were remote this past year, and had a really successful year with their teachers. Learned a lot, and we were really fortunate that that was an option. So basically, I'm just here to say that I fully support the wearing of masks. Our kids are very excited to get back to school. They have no hesitations to be wearing masks. They haven't all along in public places. They know that their friends in school are wearing them. They understand that this is part of the scenario that's going to happen when they go back. And for us, I think similar to what Courtney said, my parents are very involved in our lives, to the joy of my kids and to the joy of them. And they thrive on their time that they have with their grandparents. And if they're in school not wearing, or around people who are not wearing masks, that would need to change, unfortunately, because both of my parents are very high risk, and though they're vaccinated, with the new variants and things that come about, even though they're vaccinated, they are still at risk of complications if they were to contract COVID, even in the slightest bit. So I ask that you I know the last person that spoke said that we're being selfish, but in my opinion, we're wanting our kids to have their grandparents be a part of their lives. We want them to be able to be around them and enjoy Thanksgiving and Christmas and enjoy time together, and not have to form this isolation again, and live through what we did last March when we first kind of all went into lockdown. It was really hard on everyone in our family, especially our kids, to not be able to see their grandparents. So, and the other piece is the teachers. Our teachers have been through so much, and they have fought the best fight possible here and done it with grace and pride and love and support for our kids. And so if we can do anything to protect them, if these are the people who we're looking at as heroes, I think they should be treated as such, and we should do what we can to protect them, because they are at different age groups and different risk factors and may have had different medical conditions. So it's only right to do the bare minimum of wearing a mask to be able to protect those people we love most. So thank you for your time, and thank you so much for your consideration in all of this.
Thank you. Heather, could you actually state your address as well, please?
Sure, it's Bayview Road in South Chatham.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are back into the main building. Anybody else to speak? Okay, seeing none, we'll move back into Zoom. Heather Brown, please state your name and your address.
Hi, this is Ms. Heather Brown, and I live in South Yarmouth, Massachusetts. And we've chosen the Monomoy School District as our district of choice because of how phenomenal the teachers and staff have been. However, that being said, I am vehemently opposed to the mandate of masks in the classrooms for the children. The parents have a right to make a medical decision for their child that is in the best interest of both them and their family. I understand that everybody feels that we need to support and protect all of the people around us, but whenever in our lifetime has that ever become into play? I don't know or recall a time. Also, everyone continues to say, follow the science. We're following the science. What science has pointed to any long-term study for the masks that work, or for the masks that cause harm to children in the long term? I haven't seen any peer-reviewed studies that have been released that anybody can point to. I composed an email to Dr. Carpenter, as well as to all of the school committee members this afternoon. None of my questions were answered. My husband is trained in respiratory training. The first question that is asked is, how can we do this job without a mask? The next thing that is tested is, how are they trained in putting on the mask that is to be used as a device to prevent the transmission of anything in the air? I didn't get that answer. Is OSHA going to come in and train our children? Is OSHA going to come in and train our teachers? I was pointed to this agenda, and I didn't see anything in the agenda deck that spoke to any of that. So I would ask, honestly, to look into the actual science behind a mask and evaluate whether or not it is a safe choice. If you decide it is a safe choice, and we are not under a state of emergency, I, as a parent, have the right to refuse it because it becomes a medical device. I would implore you to look at the OSHA guidelines on wearing masks, ventilation, and what we should be provided as parents as information as to how safe this is for our kids at 8+ hours a day, regardless of mask breaks. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I believe I heard that Cindy Maycomer, are you trying to raise your hands? Cindy, are you in?
Hello.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Cindy Maycomer. I live in Eastham, but I'm a 4th grade teacher at Monomoy at Chatham Elementary School. Let's see. The CDC, of course, recommends universal indoor masks for teachers, staff, students, and visitors. I want to kind of recap, regardless of vaccination status. Children should return, they say, to full-time in-person learning in the fall with layered prevention strategies. We've got those layered prevention strategies. Its trademark is saving lives, protecting people. I'm vaccinated, but will gladly wear my mask since the agency cited the risk of spread of the highly contagious Delta variant, even among vaccinated people. There's the risk of children, teachers, and staffers getting sick or spreading the disease, and I don't want to take that risk. I've been hearing and reading that there's the growing group of parents who would like the choice to have their kids wear a mask or not. Our district has always encouraged voice and choice for its students. We're talking topics to study, methods of learning, presentation styles, and more. But they've never been able to choose something that may be unsafe to others. And I think giving others the choice to send kids with or without a mask isn't safe for others. I get that we all need to feel empowered. So many decisions have been taken away because of COVID, but I don't feel we're ready to ignore the CDC's advice for all of us to wear the masks. Scott wants to see our students safe, our staff safe, and that all can go home to their families, including my 83-year-old mother, without bringing COVID with them. Using the mask as a tool to prevent the spread will help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought I saw a hand go up in Zoom. Emily Milan.
Hi, thank you. My name is Emily Milan. I live on Queen Anne Road in Harwich. I have 3 daughters that have attended the Harwich school system and then the joint regionalized Monomoy school system. My youngest daughter is a student at the Monomoy Regional High School. She'll be in the 9th grade next year. And I just wanted to say thank you to the school administration and the school committee for the work that you've done over the last couple of years. I know this has been a really challenging situation that you've had to navigate, and I think you've done a tremendous job. My father is the assistant superintendent of a large metropolitan school district in another state, and he has reviewed your plans with me throughout this pandemic and has been really impressed with the way that you've designed your plans to be flexible and to adjust as the situation changes. So I just really wanted to end my comments by saying thank you to Scott for sharing the information with the families and the community prior to this meeting so we had a chance to review it, and to say that I fully support the proposed plan for this coming school year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this will be the last call for anybody for public comment in Zoom or in person. All right, seeing none, we are going to move on in our agenda to reports and discussions, closing public comment. And the first on reports and discussions is our student resource officer presentation. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Mark Paulina, Police Chief in Chatham, and appreciate the time you gave us today, this evening. So I'm going to keep my remarks very, very brief, and then I'm going to hand over a presentation, more detailed presentation to our school resource officer from Chatham. And yeah, I just want to say a few years back, we had, or I had gone to the Chatham Select Board and proposed the idea of including in the budget a school resource officer. And at that time, the Select Board was very on board with the idea. I knew it might be a little more difficult to get the funding through the Monomoy Regional School budget, so I went that route. Thankfully, the Select Board had decided that that was a good idea, and they funded the position. So Sergeant Bill Massey was appointed our school resource officer, and he's been involved in on the Chatham side of things. The great thing is we have a regional school, and the officers, SROs from both Harwich and Chatham have worked together extremely well. So we've been able to cover most of the events and important times that we need to be at the schools with both officers. I also just want to say on a kind of a little more personal side, I have 4 children who have been through either the Chatham school system or combined Monomoy over the course of past several years. I still have one child that's in the Monomoy Regional High School, and it's just peace of mind in terms of safety that we have an officer at our schools. I think it's very important. And the most important other aspect of having an SRO is the connection with the police department, connection with the kids, connection with the school staff. I think that's extremely important because it's not a good idea, I think, if you don't have an SRO and officers just kind of roll up for a call for service at the school. They're unfamiliar with the school, they're unfamiliar with the staff. Not a good idea. And I just think it's critically important to continue the SRO program. And the only other thing I'll say is, safety-wise, again, I mentioned peace of mind, at least for me and my family, my children. My wife agrees with me very strongly on that as well. And I think having an officer in the school is extremely important safety-wise as well. So I'm going to hand it off to Sergeant Bill Massey, who's the school resource officer representative from Chatham, and let him kind of go into some of the details of what his day is like, what he has offered to the school, the relationship that has been built up between the police department and the school. And I'll let Bill go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, Chief. I do want to defer an opportunity to Chief Gilmet. He does outrank me. If you'd like to step in,
Please.
All right, I'll make it quick. Thank you for the opportunity to come see you. I am Bill Massey. I'm a sergeant with the Chatham Police Department, as Chief Paulina mentioned, and I'm your school resource officer serving the middle school and also Chatham Elementary School. And from time to time, I make visits here or at Harwich Elementary School. So what I want to first talk about is that we typically, myself, Tommy Clark, and Officer John Mitchell, usually would come here in front of you once a year and kind of give you an update, a status of what we're doing and what the program is doing. We didn't do that last year, so I'm happy to come before you today and kind of share where we are today today, which is not a lot different than where we were a couple of years ago, the last time that we spoke. In Chatham, the day-to-day happenings for an SRO include presence at arrivals, dismissals, athletic events, and lunch periods. I also follow bus routes from time to time, and that's for two reasons: to make sure that traffic is yielding to buses when necessary, that our bus routes are safe, and that our drivers are following the rules of the road. So far, so good. A couple of violations here and there from other cars. Usually it's inattention, and we address it, and usually they go away. We've also identified some locations that are not great bus stops, and we've worked with the bus company and the administration to get those relocated to other safer places. We meet with admin almost daily to discuss students of concern, and that doesn't necessarily mean students who are behaving badly in the building. We are not part of the discipline process. We're talking about students of concern that may have troubling family dynamics at home that we as a school community can address. Sometimes the school doesn't find out about a situation because it gets called into the police department and the family is in need, and the school has some services and attention that's available that can certainly serve that family. We're kind of a liaison in that way. We're also informal counselors. I like to say one of the best things I can counsel people is to slow down in the hallways. In a school, they're eager to get places, whether it's to the next class, to the next lunch, or wherever. And usually just a quick reminder, hey, I don't have my ticket book with me, but you got to slow down in the hallways. That's just one example of being an informal counselor, and it builds trust, and it gives us a great relationship with the kids. We assist the admin and students in educating and promoting better understanding of a legal consequence. This is where we have a little bit of, not an overlap, but certainly on the back end of any school discipline, if the school has an issue that they need to handle with a student as far as discipline, we may come in with parent permission after the school has meted out that discipline and talk to the students about what that could look like in the future. Hey, when you're an adult, that type of behavior can result in this. Again, we're not part of the discipline process. We explain things. We let them know what could be around the corner for them in the future if that behavior was manifested as an adult. We assist with student activity outside, provide transport when necessary. That was fairly frequent this past year in delivering materials to students. Hey, Sergeant Massey, can you deliver this stuff to a family that's remote? They have both parents are working, they don't have a way to get it. We want to get this stuff to the students so they can have it for class. No problem. I put a lot of miles on my cruiser this past year. Informal youth mentor. This is where just the conversations that we have with kids happen almost every day. Just, hey, I saw you at the basketball game the other day. Great job. You made those shots that you didn't think you could make. Mentoring those kids, giving them positive messages. In-class presentations. From time to time, a teacher or a faculty member will ask me to go into a classroom and talk about certain things. It could be something that's happening relevant to trends in what's going on in the world. It could be, hey, we had a couple of kids in my second grade class playing with toy guns running around, or using your finger as a gun. Can you come in and talk about that? Sure, we do that almost every year. I bring the cruiser by and I show them the lights and the sirens, answer questions about what it is that police officers do, which usually is not what they expected. After I talk with them, they think my day-to-day is pretty boring. And that's okay, because sometimes it's just run-of-the-mill, other days it's not. Next slide. So a couple of years ago, I did come before the board. We had a very packed meeting. We talked about school safety. This is something that all the SROs do. We meet regularly and talk about school safety, security planning, and things like that, so that the best trends are what we're implementing here at the school. And we don't implement the policies. We leave that to you folks. And we just go with the guidelines. We are in the industry finding out what's best for safety and security. So we're happy to always be in the forefront of that, making sure that all of our buildings are safe and secure. We assist with fire drills. Fire department has appreciated that in Chatham when they sometimes don't have enough personnel available at the time if they're out on a run. We can monitor just about every corner of each building when we do our fire drills to make sure that everybody's getting out safely and doing it in the way that they need to. We also talk about CPTED, which is crime prevention through environmental design. We're constantly looking at our buildings to figure out, here's something that we could do. Look, these lights are out. These lights need to be on to prevent vandalism after hours. We had an incident just the other day at one of our elementary schools where we found an old access point to underground of the building that was loose. It was opened up. It would have allowed access for kids to get in there. So myself and a Chatham firefighter, we went down into that little crevice that's under the elementary school, and we made sure that there had been no breach, no access. It would not have been a great place for a kid to find themselves. Since then, we've secured that with the help of facilities personnel. So that's just another small thing of what we do. So connecting at CES, this is my favorite part of the job. This is my absolute favorite part of the job. A couple of years ago, I got a call from a teacher, said, hey, we've got 3 kids that are dressed as police officers for Halloween. They'd love to get a picture with you. I said, great, but I can do better. So I brought 5 of us down to the Chatham Elementary School, and we took a picture with these young men. They were dressed as police officers, and I think when we showed up, just seeing them excited and smiles on their faces, that we were paying attention to them and giving them validation for what they wore and what they did. We ended up sitting and talking with them for a little while, and I see them just about every day since then, and we always share a smile and chuckle back at, that was such a fun time. And it was just, it's great to be mimicked like that, I guess you could say. The best form of flattery is when someone wants to be like you. So having them dress as police officers was pretty exciting. Thanks. So this past year, we couldn't do High Five Friday. Well, we found a way around that. The Kindness Club at Chatham Elementary School made signs, and we held them up over our heads, and they said, Happy High Five Friday. To be inclusive for everyone, I wanted the Kindness Club to really stretch their imagination and come up with some great ideas. So what they did was they actually made signs in languages that were representative of our student population's native language. So there's signs there that say, Happy High Five Friday, or Have a Great Day, or Thank You, and I think there was 13 different languages throughout the building. And I had police officers show up with me, and as they were leaving or coming in for the school day, because we couldn't high five them traditionally, we held the high fives up above our head. So it was a real high five. That was great, and we look forward to continuing that this year. I still have the signs, and I'm going to see if the Kindness Club can make some new ones too. So the beach program, this is something that Cindy Maycomer and Taryn McEntee approached me with. They said, and as school committee members, I'm sure you recognize and understand that at the elementary school level, there's generally a lack of male staff in the building. So at Chatham Elementary, aside from a technology guy and our custodians, there really are no men in that building until I show up. So what we did, and the chief was with me when we did one of the beach programs, we had the boys in a room and we talked to them. The first visit we did with them, beach stands for Boys Empowered by a Community of Helpers. The first thing that we did was we taught them how to make eye contact when you meet someone or when you speak with someone, and how to do a handshake. We couldn't do the handshake last year, but we talked about making eye contact. And it was amazing to me that as the year went on, more and more boys would stop me in the hallway and say, Hi, Sergeant Massey, I'm making eye contact. Not only would they make the eye contact, but they made sure that I recognized that they were making the eye contact. So that was a great one. We also brought in neckties, and we each showed them how to tie a necktie. I was amazed at how few neckties I actually knew. I only know like 2. The chief was with me, and Lieutenant Andy Goddard came by, so we shared some fun times with them doing neckties. We talked about kitchen safety, actually, and I don't just mean with knives. I'm talking about hand washing and proper food preparation. And I was able to get Chatham Village Market, I have to plug them, Chatham Village Market donated chicken breast, rice, and vegetables. And while we were in the school cafeteria kitchen, this is 2 years ago, we prepared a meal of baked chicken, rice, and a healthy vegetable. And then another business, the Red Nun, donated all the packaging so that boys could take this home to their families and say, hey, look, Mom, Dad, I made dinner tonight. So that was great. And we look forward to being able to do that again when we can. We also created Valentine's Day cards so that the boys could bring home a card to a special someone in their family, whether it's mom, sister, aunt, grandmother, anybody, with a very cheerful and appreciative message. Thank you for all you do for me. I appreciate who you are. We wanted to get them the chivalry of using terms of respect around ladies and women. That was important for elementary school kids to develop that skill and that respect early on. 2 years ago, we had seminars, and Mr. O'Shea was gracious enough to let me know that we might be able to do this again this year, where these are what we would understand as electives, non-required classes that we would offer to certain groups in the school that were eligible to take on extracurriculars. We did a mock trial, and we did a junior justice academy. And with the mock trial, I actually had a local attorney, Matt Bober. He helped me out. He was our legal coach and legal professional, and he would come probably every week and help us prepare a case. And we picked cases that I took right from our police logs that were closed cases, changed all the names, a little bit of the details, but the kids actually did the legwork of preparing their arguments, preparing a defense. Even if they knew they were wrong, they had to prepare a defense as to why they shouldn't be found guilty or their client shouldn't be found guilty. And then the nice thing was we were able to bring our mock trial group to Orleans District Court and have it heard in the courtroom with real court personnel. Real court officers swore us in. It was terrific. We've done that, and we plan on doing it again. Very well received. I've had kids take it 2 and 3 times, which was a struggle because the kids that took it 2 and 3 times knew the ins and outs, and I had difficulty placing them in something that was new, and they wouldn't necessarily, spoil the case or derail it. But it was fun. And at the tail end of that, I invited Judge Robert Rufo, who's the sitting justice in Barnstable Court, to come by, and he came to the middle school and he talked with the group. Lots of questions, lots of interesting questions, far above what I would have expected from middle school kids. So it was really nice to see that. And I do have to apologize to the parents. I made their kids better at arguing, or at least posing a decent argument as to why they shouldn't have to do the dishes or shouldn't have to be home at 8 o'clock or whatever. So I did see that change too. Thanks. For years, we've done Shop with a Cop. We partner with Harwich, and we get kids from our schools. The school nominates kids that are of good character, that may or may not have a terrific opportunity at home to get new school clothes or to get things at the holidays. And we would do a Shop with a Cop for back to school and a Shop with a Cop for the holiday time. We would take the kids and meet at the Yarmouth Police Station, where all our other SRO counterparts would also have kids. We'd have pizza, either there or at a local restaurant, and then we'd go shopping. We've gone to Dick's, the sporting goods store. We've gone to Old Navy for back to school. We went to Target. And they offer significant discounts for our kids because they know the program. It allows us to connect with our kids and allows our kids to connect with other police officers and officers in their school district in a really, really fun time. And it is a fun time. And we always get a group picture. We look forward to being able to return to this as well. We do a lot outside of school. A couple years ago, Mark Wilson, who was the then principal at the middle school, suggested we do an evening bonfire. And I said, great, where do you want to do it? He said, I'm thinking Harwich. I said, I think that's a terrific idea and a terrific place to do it too. So we went to Harwich, and the turnout was incredible. There was it was a beautiful night. We had a great bonfire. The fire department helped out managing that. Families came, even kids that weren't in the school at the middle school yet. Their kids came. We had a great time. The chili contest a couple of years ago, we participated in that. We always do a middle school cookout toward the end of the year. We were able to do that again this year. With social distancing, we had a plan in place that actually worked within the guidelines. And then the high school beach day, and we got our hands on a drone back in 2016, and we had all the graduating seniors stand in formation making the number 16. And then the following year, we actually got better because, as you can see, the 6 isn't exactly terrific. But by 2017, it looked a lot better, and there was a lot more straight lines, which I think helped also. We've continued to do that, and our commitment and our partnership with the school isn't something that started in 2016. It started, as far as I can remember, back in 2005 when I got here. I'm not saying there wasn't a school connection before I got here, but I came from a school officer background, a background in school-based policing, and I wanted to bring that here to Chatham, and I appreciate Chief Paulina for allowing me to do that. He said, what do you want to do? I said, well, here's what I'm thinking. He said, run with it. I'll tell you if I don't like what you're doing. And it ran well, so we've continued it, we've strengthened it, we've built upon it, and we look forward to building upon it as well. I feel like I'm going long here, so I'm going to keep skipping through and get to probably one of the last couple slides. We're almost always at lunchtime. with the kids at the middle school or at the elementary school. This is just an example of the training that the school resource officers have. So it's 1,500 plus hours, not a year, but that's total. That's a lot of training. A lot of it specifically at adolescent-related topics, whether it's CCIT, implicit bias, effective community engagement, exploring and improving school safety. Those are always things that are changing, always things that we need to be ahead of. I myself have been through the basic SRO course, the advanced SRO course, the SRO management course from NASRO, which is the National Association of School Resource Officers. It's the premier organization that really trains and provides best practices for school resource officers across the world, actually. We learn about adolescent brain development. It's a lot different than people that we deal with on the street. There's a lot more things to consider, a lot of de-escalation, a lot of slowing things down and listening and working with the schools. And certainly lately with everything that's been going on culturally and in our country, examining cultural differences in public schools. They're there. And recognizing implicit bias and how do we make sure that we treat each student with equity, equality, respect, and fairness. And that's something that I feel like I've been doing ever since, but I know I can always do better. Always improving ourselves individually and as an SRO program is where we want to go from here. That's where we want to go from here, always making improvements if we can. What you don't see when you're not dropping your kids off, if you don't see the SRO outside waving to everybody or hearing that he or she was in the school for the day, we go to constant training with other SROs. We have daily contact with our school guidance staff, which are monumental in making sure that each student is treated fairly and has every opportunity available to them. We look at trends in policing, trends in what's going on in youth, whether it's vaping, social media concerns, even things that are going on at home that we may not even realize until it happens for us. One other thing I do want to point out is the middle school positive relationship survey. This is something that I was invited to be a part of a few years ago. And in a nutshell, and Mr. O'Shea can probably explain it a little bit better, students are given a survey. Is there a staff member in our building that you feel connected to? Is there a staff member in our building that you feel that you can go to with a problem, that you trust, that you could talk to if you had a problem? I ranked higher on that than I thought I would have. And Mr. Wilson and Mr. O'Shea pulled me aside one day and said, what you're doing is tremendous. Not because we see what you're doing in the school, but because we see what students are reporting. Many reported they felt they could trust their school resource officer with a problem that they had, and that I would be somebody that would listen and would advocate and support them and help them through that crisis or problem. It was a big, big booster for me. It made me feel terrific. And for full disclosure, yes, I'm a dad. I've got a daughter at the middle school and a son at Chatham Elementary. He's itching to get up to the middle school, but he's going to stay right where he is for one more year. But very pleased to be a part of the community, to be a part of the district, and I'm thrilled to be your school resource officer at the middle school and the elementary school. And anything I can do to the school committee, to the superintendent, the principals in our buildings, please don't hesitate to reach out. I will do everything I can to stand with the district and make it a safe, happy place for our students to thrive. That's my presentation to you. If you have any questions, I'm glad to take them. Otherwise, I know I've gone longer and it's already late in the evening.
Anybody questions?
Yeah.
Jackie?
Yes, I would love to applaud you.
Yes. Hold the applause, I have to talk, people. I just wanted to just say thank you so much for just such a succinct presentation, and it's always nice just to have a reminder of what's going on in the schools in a little more detail. I truly appreciate the role that the resource officers play in the school. I remember younger how significant having the DARE program was with Officer Fennell going through Chatham Elementary and Chatham Middle School, and how that affected me in various ways. And I think it's very important for the kids and the culture we live in today to have that. Whether you're making someone feel safer, you're a friend, you're teaching them good manners, in whatever role that they pick up on you, I think it's so important for all levels and to have that relationship. And we're really, really thankful to be in a community that's small enough that you're able to develop those relationships and be present in our schools. You can see it and you can feel it, and I just think it's really important to continue to support this program in our district. And thank you for all your work.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your work.
Anybody else in person comments? Tina?
I would echo what Jackie said, because when we moved here in August of 2012, we came from Alexandria, Virginia, probably one of the bigger high schools, and really appreciated a lot of the mentorship that was coming from that program. It wasn't enough. Didn't have enough officers for what we needed there. But I just really wanted to thank you, especially for the beach program. I'm going to talk about that later in another report I have, but that is huge, and thank you very, very much for your work in that area.
It wasn't my idea, I have to be clear.
Doesn't matter, but thank you.
I was happy to jump on board, and we're thrilled with it. We love it. It's great.
Yeah,
It's
thank
great.
you.
Meredith?
I just want to say thank you too. I was excited to read about the beach program as well, because I'm part of the Harwich Youth Committee, and we support the girl power, and we were talking at our last meeting about what are we doing for the boys in our district, in our communities. So I was really excited to hear about that, and just thank you for all your work. And I do agree that the level of argument after my daughter was on mock trial did increase. So thank you for that.
Can I leave now?
Yeah.
Terry, then Danielle?
Terry Russell, Sergeant. I've been in the business, and I had an SRO fellow where I came from, but I am so impressed with not so much what activity you created or joined, but just the passion you brought to our presentation. We can't pay for that. And we see that and hope we get that in classroom teachers, that they come to us with a passion for what they're doing. You have taken a law enforcement role, which is a challenge, and caused it to fit in a school climate that is a very needy, but at the same time, different atmosphere. So I thank you for that. Good job.
Thank you.
Danielle?
Thank you. That was a really wonderful presentation. I was jotting down questions as you were speaking, and then by the end you had answered nearly all of them. So it was just really thorough, and I think gave a great, you painted a really wonderful picture of what you do and why it's so important and the impact that it has on the kids in our district. I personally am excited for my son to get to know you. He's obsessed with police officers, and so when he enters kindergarten, I hope that you are still doing the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Now we look into Zoom. Sharon, questions? You need to unmute Sharon.
I don't have any questions now that everybody else has started first, but I do want to say that I've had tremendous respect for you for such a long time, and the particular thing that you mentioned about having the kids rate you so highly and someone they can talk to is probably what I value the most. But I do see you out there on bus duty. So I know I can see the relationship with you and the kids. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Osceola, anything?
I think we're establishing the fact that we're happy with the SRO program, and it's time to continue with our agenda.
Okay. All right. I just want to say thank you as well. You can see your passion in everything that you do in the buildings, and very much appreciate
Thanks.
all of your years and that you have done.
Make me feel old. All of my years. Thank you.
All of those years. Dr. Carpenter?
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate, I couldn't be more pleased with the SRO program, but I think in part it has to do with the SROs we have too. And I think the combination of Tommy here at the high school and you over at the elementary school, it's just a fabulous team that we have that our students interact with. And, I think some from the outside might look at it and say, oh, having a police officer in the building can go and protect from the worst. And I would actually say having a police officer in the building and the connections that you're making gives us this level of protection that worst won't happen, because kids, there are kids that see you and kids that see Tommy as a trusted adult they can go to. So couldn't thank you enough, and, thank you for picking up the phone every time I call for, some sage advice from the legal genius there.
Oh, well. Thank you for having that faith in me. I appreciate it, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
It's a privilege
much.
to serve, it really is. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chief Gilmet, I'm sorry it took so long.
You should have taken the opportunity when he gave it to you.
Thank you, Chief Dave Gilmet, Chief of Police in Harwich. I will be extremely brief. I know that you probably have an extremely heavy agenda, so I just want to start off by thanking Dr. Carpenter and members of the committee for giving Chief Polina and I and Sergeant Massey an opportunity to talk about such an important program, okay? And with that being said, I also want to apologize for disappointing you all, because Officer Clark is not going to be here tonight. Neither will Fritz, his dog, which I'm sure you were all looking forward to, maybe even more so than seeing Officer Clark. That's what he tells me is the usual course of events at school. He's become the guy that brings the dog. But in any event, you've got the slide deck, and trust me, I'm not going to read this, okay? I'm just going to hit very high points on each one of these slides. And on this first one, it's the second from the bottom. The SRO program in Harwich has been around 20 years, which means it's not a new concept. And in my opinion, something sticks around for that long because it works. So I'm a very strong supporter of the SRO program, and you're going to see why. And Sergeant Massey did an outstanding job, and there's a lot of overlap here. So again, I'm just going to continue to blow through here. So the SRO philosophy basically comes from the community policing philosophy. It means police in the community working together to solve problems and issues within our community. And in this case, it just happens to be the school community. So that's what that philosophy is. And that happens through building positive relationships, which establish trust between the police and the school community. So the SRO job description, next slide. So on this, what struck me is the top 3 bullets actually, and that's actually the first mission of an SRO is school safety. And that's accomplished through a number of things that Tom lists here in his PowerPoints. But he assists the administration with safety drills, provides school safety training to faculty and staff, and he helps maintain a safe and secure learning environment. And a big part of that, I also believe, is having a marked cruiser parked outside the school and having a uniformed, armed, trained officer inside the building. And that is, the first order of business for the SRO. But as Sergeant Massey alluded to in his presentation, there's a heck of a lot more that they do, and it's all extremely important. Next slide. And on a typical day, what struck me on this is the very bottom one, coach or attend extracurricular activities. So all those topics that Tom lists there are things that he does in a typical school day, but their day does not end at the end of a typical school day. They're involved in a plethora of extracurricular activities. Next slide, please. And they're all listed there. Homecoming events, parades, Spirit Week, award ceremonies, graduations, proms, dances, and I just could go on. So that is basically the job of the SRO, and they are passionate about it, and they want to get involved in as much as they can in the school community, and that includes all the extracurricular stuff as well. And he goes on to why being an SRO, and I think the line's right above the pictures there that Tom pasted actually on top of it. It's just basically building the bridge between the police and the young folks in the school community to establish a broader trust and break down those barriers that can typically exist between police and young adults. And I think the program really does an extraordinary job doing that. And on the next one, things people don't see, I'm really proud of this one, and so is Tom, boy, when we talked about this the other day. So as you may be aware, we're actually going through a real difficult time trying to recruit police officers. We're currently down 2 police officers on Harwich PD, and we're anticipating probably having another 4 or 5 openings within the next, a year and a half. So it's kind of scary to me. But what Tom shared with me was we have a list of 14 candidates for those 2 openings, and 3 of those candidates Tom knew as students here at Monomoy. So it just kind of proves that he's been kind of an ambassador, not only setting the example for the kids, but an ambassador for the police profession. And for me, that is just outstanding as a chief of police. Next slide. And Bill went through all the training, and I just want to I hope you all are aware that they are members, our school resource officers are members of NASRO, that National Association. They also have a whole network of they're in a regional group, Cape-wide, of school resource officers. And what that leads to is basically a mining out of the best industry standards and safety guidelines that can be had anywhere, and that's what they all shoot for. So I think it's fantastic. And that's just the list of the training that Tom, and it's all very similar. So now to the good part. So the Monomoy Vape Detect and Canine Program, I have to again thank Dr. Carpenter for his overwhelming support on this, and the committee as well. Tom came to me with this idea, and I have to admit I was a little skeptical at first, but he sold me on it, and I'm sure, as you all agree from dealing with finances, the real selling point was it's not going to cost us a dime. So the program is completely based on a donation account established between Harwich PD and the Monomoy School District, and it has been working just great. And, it's my understanding from speaking with Tom that vaping incidents within the school have been significantly decreased as a result of Fritz's presence. COVID kind of threw a wrench into probably how he would have been doing standard operating procedures, but I think it's still an indication the reduction of the incidents with just having the visible deterrent of the dog, says that it's worth it for sure. And the last slide here. So I think that what we all really enjoy is the stories of the benefits. It's because Fritz is a dog with a job, but he's actually got two. So when he's working to sniff out vaping products, that's one of his roles. But what the kids really love is the fact that when he's not working, they can approach Tom and pat the dog, and it's an emotional, social support canine who's great. I've met him. I really think it's an outstanding leading edge program, the first one on the Cape, and I think we're going to see more of it. So I'm really proud of Tom and the work he's done. And also John Mitchell up at Cape Tech. We are truly at Harwich PD committed to the School Resource Officer Program, and we will continue to do so. So if you have any questions at the chief's level.
You can pretend to be Thomas.
Sure.
We'll start in Zoom. Sharon or Joe, any questions, comments? No? Okay. Anybody in person? Any questions? Tina?
No questions, just, we love Officer Clark, and I love that not only with the kids, but the parents. He knows everybody. Yeah. When I go to vote, Tommy's there, and he's coming over with the dog, and I love it. And I also wanted just regular visits for the dog and built into the student IEPs. I love that.
Yeah, he's been really making a big difference.
Yeah, thank you.
Kids across the spectrum.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Jackie?
Well, I would just say, repeat exactly what I said for Sergeant Massey. Accolades across the board, all the schools, Sergeant Clark as well. Excellent work, and it shows. And thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. I want to thank you as well. I mean, the relationship between the police department and the schools is so strong, and there's been so many events over the last couple of years that there could have been challenges, and I don't see any, I haven't heard of any, and I just think it's apparent that you guys have the relationship with the kids and the families, and I think it's helping all of us as a community to be a better place. So thank you. Thank you for your role in it.
Yeah. And thanks for your support, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up on our agenda is a report out from our executive session. So we met in an executive session prior to the start of the meeting at 6:30 to kind of discuss the presentation that Ms. Gushy sent out to us or did for us at our last meeting. And as part of our executive session, we came to a conclusion as a committee that you did an outstanding presentation last week. Thank you for our last meeting. Last month, long time ago. And we just wanted to share that we agree with the spirit and the sentiment of this document, and we would like to keep this available as a resource to use at our next collective bargaining process. We cannot vote towards adopting this Bill of Rights as written outside of any collective bargaining process. We also want to make a strong note that We did just finish our contract negotiations for Unit A and Unit B and Unit C. And at all of those negotiations, we did make an effort, and I believe we were successful, to be very cognizant of living wages. And we have moved all of our contracts towards those. So I want to thank you for that presentation at our last meeting, and look forward to more conversations during collective bargaining. Does anybody else have any additional comments? Okay. Seeing none, we move into our school improvement plans. Who drew the short straw? Ah, the newbie. Yes. Dr. Kelly, Chatham Elementary School new principal. You do have a tough rule to follow, because Dr. Millen was very succinct.
Okay.
Welcome, Dr. Kelly.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Welcome, though.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you so much. I am absolutely thrilled to join the Monomoy District to continue the work of Dr. Millen and the incredibly talented staff at Chatham Elementary, and just make this a welcoming place for learning and social emotional wellness. The overarching theme for the 21-22 school year at CES is that of engagement and connection. So following the lead of the Monomoy District's strategic plan, the CES School-Wide Improvement Plan addresses 3 main focus areas. Our first area is grade level content, is the academic priority. And our goal and the measurement by which we will be looking at that is that by June of 2022, all students will display growth equal to a year's worth of growth in a year's worth of time on the measure of academic performance conditional growth index. How we will do that is detailed in the document, but we will continue the work with the deeper learning format frameworks, working with the Kaleidoscope Collaborative through DESE, also working with new pedagogies for deep learning organization. We will be adapting the DESE acceleration roadmap as well, and we really will be continuing all the hard work that Dr. Millen and the staff have been doing for the past few years, so I'm thrilled to come into all of that. Our second area of focus is that of equity and access. For Chatham Elementary School, our goal is that by June of 2022, the educators will increase their perceived levels of comfort to employ culturally responsive teaching strategies. For example, considering themselves to be a warm defender, from somewhat confident to confident. Our second goal in that area is also that students will display growth equal to a year's worth of growth in a year's worth of time, which we had under the previous focus area as well. We will be doing this work in conjunction with the district in building staff efficacy and knowledge of culturally responsive teaching by creating and implementing action plans for professional development and steps for creating a culturally responsive school. Continuing to use the Kaleidoscope Deep Learning Equity pauses and materials from those foundations, and actively soliciting representation on all school-wide councils and boards from all representatives of our community. We really want to make sure that we have all voices present at our table. Finally, focus area on wellness and learning. We are looking forward to this year of surveying our students, much to what Sergeant Massey had spoken about, and having our 3rd and 4th grade students identifying staff members that they are comfortable sharing their accomplishments, personal problems, and or concerns with, because they are interested in them in their warmth, understanding, and respect. Our Chatham Elementary School Response to Intervention Framework will be published. I know that the school did a tremendous amount of work over the last year in building a framework that really supports all students at multiple tier levels, gives power back to teachers, and definitely puts student needs at the forefront. And finally, that all students will display growth, again, equal to a year's worth of growth in a year's worth of time. We will do this through different areas by creating a treatment integrity team. I will be communicating monthly, at least, to families regarding support for trauma and stress factors due to COVID and other societal factors. We will continue to use the new pedagogies of deep learning global dimensions and the kaleidoscope materials. And we are really looking forward to reestablishing the Proud to Be a Shark events. I am all about being fantastic, so really, really excited for this. So, in respect to everyone's time this evening, this is a very abbreviated overview of our school improvement plan at Chatham Elementary. I would be happy to talk to anyone at any time about our plans and our initiatives, but most importantly, I look forward to showing you over the course of this year how our staff and students will engage and connect for success for all of our students. So,
Thank you very much.
you're very welcome.
Any questions for Dr. Kelly? Terry?
Well, welcome aboard, Dr. Kelly.
Thank you.
Good to have you here. A real task you have coming in the past 14 months for all of us dealing with the pandemic. I'd be interested to see at the end of the year, not just in Chatham, but when you target that year's growth, my own personal feeling is a lot of the kids lost many months of learning just because of the model we had to give them. So as you move into the next few months in the late fall, and you see this, at some point at the end of the year, midwinter, we might have all of you folks back and say, here's how good it was, or here's how challenging it was. We had a certain percentage of kids that were a year behind, more than a year behind, or whatever it might be. So
Right.
I'd appreciate that.
No, I would absolutely look forward to doing that. One of my cornerstones as an administrator is really using data to inform all of our instructional decisions, but also having staff find themselves in that data so that we can best target for what the needs of the kids are. I think our small size is definitely going to help us do that, and I know that the staff has already put in so much work into really finding what's important and making sure that our students are getting that.
Any other questions, comments for Dr. Kelly? Any Sharon or Joe?
Well, I look forward to working with you all in the future, and thank you for having me.
Thank you very
And
much.
welcome again.
That was well done.
Oh, see?
Good.
Yay, you did great.
Mr. O'Shea.
Good evening, everyone. Nice
Good
to see you,
evening.
Madam Chair.
I see you.
Dr. Kelly's amazing. You guys are going to love her. I got to spend the last 4 days with her. She's phenomenal. Certainly sad when Dr. Millen left, but we've got a great one. So welcome aboard. One piece that before we move on, I know Sergeant Massey mentioned he would be quick. I will be quick. But he did mention, and I kind of want to second it, he mentioned the piece about passion. Terry, you did, just about the passion that he carries with him in the position. And I think the most important work that he does is really when he's in front of kids. And that work, doing mock trial and junior justice, is absolutely phenomenal. And a piece that he doesn't know, he'll probably find out, is that kids have choice in the middle school, and we look forward to going back to that model of seminar where kids have choice and opportunity to explore things that they might not know much about. And criminal justice is one of those pieces, and he heads that, and a lot of kids choose to be in that. And like he said multiple times, but it's a lot of kids. All right, so that can't be understated, and it's just phenomenal. So you're spot on that one, Terry. MRMS, do you have it? Or am I just going off the... That's it?
Not you.
Well, it's not the only page.
You don't have this? That's fine. I had a pretty... That's fine. Oh, wow. This is fun.
I think this is
I have
great.
2 minutes because the other Jen isn't as friendly. The improvement plan, of course, it is specific to this year and at MRMS, and it is in response of last year, and it has to be. And it is, as Dr. Carpenter mentioned in his message, a return of sorts to choice. It's a return to intermingling. It's a return to a lot more engagement and a lot more fun. One of the pieces that, and really that's what we're defining ourselves this year. Last year was kind of accept where we're at. And I'd say part of this meeting, this evening, was about accepting where we're at and adapting to it and achieving. So that doesn't go away, but our slogan for this year is to walk with purpose. Everything we do with purpose. And it's looking past the challenges that we have and looking at the goals that we've set forth. So I'm going to jump, even though it's not on there, to just our SIP at a glance. And it's really made up of three buckets. One being curriculum, the second being instruction and assessment, and the final one, culture and communication. And within curriculum, there's three outcomes that we really want to build upon this year. We want to build on alignment of curriculum vertically and horizontally. So we want to make sure that teachers have the opportunity to collaborate with each other, and we want to foster a connection between what's going on at the elementary school and what's going on at the high school, and make sure our schedule resembles that. So that's, throughout this year, we want to make sure that that's improved upon, and we are the middle school. So it's one of those things that we really need to focus on, is what those connections look like at the elementary and at the high school. We want to increase representation of color through the curriculum. We want to analyze the books that we're reading, the assignments we're giving, and we want to be more socially aware, and we want to own that responsibility as educators and communicate that out in an ethical and an understanding way. And finally, under curriculum, educators use formative and authentic assessments to work with PLC to adjust and drive instruction. Going back to what Dr. Kelly is saying, we will use our map data to drive our instruction. We will use our social emotional input to drive our instruction. And we will create our offerings based on the responses that we get to those type of documents. Moving on. Second area is instruction and assessment. The big focus this year, Dr. Dudley and myself have really taken a closer look and worked with the instructional leadership team to improve our Tier 1 instruction and seek ways to do that throughout the year. So we're going to collaborate more often than we certainly did last year, because we look forward to having more of an opportunity to do so with the schedule that we will have, where it resembles similar to what we had prior to COVID. And finally, the culture and communication component is strong communication with families through teams. This is, in my experience, it's my 6th year at the middle school, and during that time we've had a lot of silo conversations, meaning that we have either an administration or just a building-based administration meeting that doesn't always get to the teacher level. So it's building in a design that really welcomes having proactive conversations about students and families. Second one is clearly defining expectations for students. This was a difficult piece last year where we wanted to be empathetic and understanding of what the students were going through and the fact that they couldn't move from class to class. And we felt the challenge of that, and we compromised how we addressed student discipline in times because of that. So it's getting back to the roots and recognizing, students really respond well to defined expectations and clarity around that, and making sure that's common across the board. And finally, the final outcome is increased enrichment and community opportunities for students, and that's similar to what we've known middle school to be. I've put a calendar together to share back out to the families. It's optimistic. It involves dances and events like we've had in the past, and I hope that that's where we are, because the kids deserve it, and we need to do that, when we can. So that's my abbreviated, too long presentation.
I saw her circling.
Yep.
Any
Yeah, she's
questions for
circling.
Mr. O'Shea, Ms. Games?
Yeah, just a question quickly. Culture and Climate Committee. Can you tell me, just real quickly, what that is and who is serving on it?
That would be my esteemed assistant principal, Dr. Dudley. And that's really taking a closer look at the breakdown of, within our building, of students and how they're represented in different, in participation in clubs and participation in sports, and academic awards and general academics. So it's related to that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions for Mr. O'Shea? Uh-oh, Dr. Carpenter has a question.
This isn't a question from
Oh.
Mr. O'Shea. It's more of a rhetorical question and just comment. I don't know if the committee realizes this, but I used to sort of tease or label Sam Hine as sort of senior district administrator, and and Sam's retired, and I'm starting to feel really old because the other day I was looking around the room and I realized that Adam is the senior district administrator now, and at the same time I also shared this with the admin team, and I don't want Adam's head to get too big on this. I have gotten a lot of joy watching Adam mature in that, because Adam was the very first person I hired, and here we are 9 years later, and to see how well you handled that middle school last year under the most challenging times, I've just been really impressed. So keep knocking it out of the park.
Thank you, Dr. Carpenter. Appreciate it.
Adam, a question.
Uh-oh. you're not
Madam
done
Chair.
yet. Yes, Terry.
Almost. It's kind of a Adam Jen question, Goes
Good
back to my
transition.
experience where we've been through a tough year with the kids. And those kids are in 3 grades and several hundred of them. Is there a plan to somehow, and I don't need any details, that we're going to move X number of dozens of kids to the high school as 8th graders? Normally, we do transition conversation around February, March, or April. Is there a way in which you, similar to what I mentioned to Chatham Elementary Principal, the doctor, using MAP, identify the kids in most critical need, and I know the summer is gone, so not summer school, but at some point, create another boost for those kids who are really struggling, independent of any IEP plans, as they move to the 8th grade, figuring they've had a very difficult year and a half, which we may or may not be able to catch up with this year's 8th graders, but even, the 7th graders, but even the 6th grade kids. So if you took those two groupings, I'd be interested to know if there's a way in which you can begin to think on how do we catch up those kids so they don't just go crashing in grade 8.
I mean, I struggle like with the catch-up thing. I struggle with that a little bit because it has been 18 months and I'm not sure you can catch up 18 months. I think what Adam was saying, which is we're trying to reset and return to normal. We held transition meetings in the spring. We did a lot of our normal practices. And actually in the 3rd focus area in high school, which is in that plan, we're actually implementing MAP for the first time this school year, which is something that we have lagged behind the rest of the district for that exact reason. So, I'll let you catch
And
up.
related to that.
Thanks for that answer, Adam.
Last summer. You want to keep going?
No. You're both ventriloquists. You can switch it.
Last summer, when I was presenting to families about what the schedule would look like, it was really around taking a closer look at middle school in general and saying this can't be a 1-year outlook. It needs to be bigger than that. You need to, and I know that doesn't solve the problem for kids that are going from 7th to 8th grade, but in our design, there has to be opportunity for remediation to catch up those skills. And I'm really intrigued to know where we stand at Monomoy Middle School. The preliminary data, the MCAS data just came in and 2 days ago, so I've had a small opportunity to take a look at it. And so far, it looks promising, and it's not yet compared to the state. Our MAP data is consistent as far as where it was about a year ago. So that being said, there's also curriculum areas that we need to address that haven't been instructed upon. you know, because we had to shift things around so much. So we have to take a 3-year outlook on some of those things.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks, Jen.
Wait, don't go. Sharon and Joe, does either of you have comments or questions? Sorry. Joe?
Just actually a question, or something can be done for the next round of the school improvement plan. Just a small change in wording, but could be very helpful for those of us on the committee reading, and maybe even in thinking through the items more sufficiently, perhaps. So specifically, I mean, if you look at page 4, focus area, culture and communication, outcome 1, actions. Some of these are written really well. There's, by the simple addition of subjects and verbs, who's doing what, who's responsible for what. If more of the document could be written as outcome 1, actions is written, it would be helpful. I compare it to page 2, focus area, curriculum, evidence of progress, continue to see, continue to connect, continue implementation. If there aren't adequate inputs, if curriculum isn't connected properly, if implementation is lacking, who fell down, who's responsible, who should we be looking to for improvement? Of course, the answer at one level is obvious. It's the principal. The principal is the curricular leader of the school, yes. But if this plan obviously can't all be carried out by the principal, nor should it be. That's not an achievable task. So going forward in the future, who's mostly responsible for the stakeholders? Who's mostly responsible for connecting the curriculum, et cetera? I don't need answers to all that now, but when planning and writing these documents in the future, I think committee members might find that helpful if it's written more the way the focus area outcomes are written. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Sharon, do you have a question or comment?
Yes, I have to say that I'm very appreciative of how the presentations so far have dovetailed, especially in the area of equity, but social emotional, a lot of things, but I'm on the equity committee, and what's been going on in that committee and what's been happening according to this is all, it looks like it's hand in glove. That looks really great for having some effectiveness. The other thing is, I particularly liked the last statement about how it's probably not reasonable to think in 1 year, 18 months of work's gonna be, you know, the kids are all gonna be caught up in. I do like that the comment of having a 3-year outlook to do that, I think is reasonable. We can make it faster, but so far this year's an unknown. So I think this is all effective and reasonable.
Thank you, Sharon.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Shea. Ms. Police.
Hello. Good evening, folks. Jen Police, proud principal, Monomoy Regional High School. Madam Chair, nice to see you again. Danielle, it's nice to meet you. I haven't met you yet, but welcome, of course. The Monomoy Regional High School School Improvement Plan is anchored in the 2020 NEASC accreditation standards. As you know, we went through the process, which will now be like 3 years ago, actually, at this point. Yeah, I know, right? I think it was 2019 was our visit. 2018. Fall of 2018, yeah, so. Anyway, so our school improvement plan is, we have 3 focus areas. One, the first one, creating an equitable learning culture, which Sharon was just talking about. The second one is focusing on changing our expectations for student learning. And the third and final is improving our professional practices to support educators. So the big question is, how did we get here? And the framework of the school improvement plan was developed after several years of reflection from my lens in 3 separate roles in this school. I reflected on our school data, our individual student data, our policies, as well as our general practices that connect student learning to opportunities. So I asked myself, what are our underlying strengths and what are the areas that we need to grow? So over the last 7 years, we've certainly spent a lot of time on successfully building a positive school culture and developing school programs. But during that time, I think we unknowingly neglected to develop a culture of learning where all students are held to high expectations. So in order to create that environment, we need to ensure that we remain committed to equitable opportunities and access for a full range of programs. We need to focus our instruction to ensure that students have the skills to lead their own learning. And we need to restructure our PLC so our teachers have opportunities for professional discourse around instructional practices, as well as to regularly analyze student data to make purposeful decisions and implement a formal process for progress monitoring. So the first area, the focus area of creating an equitable learning culture. So to ensure that we provide opportunities for all students, it's really important that our faculty and staff better understand who's actually sitting in their classes. So therefore, over the course of the year, we will collectively examine a full range of our school programs to better understand who's taking advantage of them. Additionally, examine how those practices, policies, and procedures might open doors for some and unknowingly close them for others. So some examples and questions, and these are programs that many of you are familiar with. Global Studies, which began in 2018. We've awarded over 20 diplomas, only to 1 boy. Our Val and Sal, since 2016, out of 12, 1 boy. Why is National Honor Society 75% female? Who holds our positions of leadership? Who sits in our honors and AP courses? And how does that process work for selection? We will examine this and we will get that information to you because I know that you're sitting here curious now. And I think it's a really important conversation, but not necessarily for tonight. We will develop a plan to continue our partnership with Cape Cod Voices so we can continue the work that we started last year on equity and implicit bias training. And lastly, as part of our 2-year plan for NEASC, we will develop our vision of the graduate. So moving on to focus area 2, which is changing expectations for student learning. So one theme that consistently emerged actually over last year, and I think you all heard it, was that our students are really hungry to have a say and a voice in their learning. So as a faculty, we will begin the process to better understand and define what student-centered learning actually looks like in practice. We will use our staff meetings and we will develop school-wide PLC goals to focus on increasing student discourse and critical thinking. The very first school that I worked at over 25 years ago, it was actually an elementary school. I was an elementary counselor, and we, at the time, again, 25 years ago, we adopted a model of instruction called Accelerated Schools Plus, and it's out of UConn. And the whole premise around the model is that you use gifted and talented teaching strategies for all students. So I thought to myself, like, why can't we do that at the high school? So next year, and essentially beyond, we will commit to training all of our core content teachers on pre-AP teaching strategies and using them in all courses, not just courses designed for honors and AP students. Focus area number 3, which is improving professional practices for educators. So we will work over the course of the year to restructure our PLCs to develop a culture of professional collaboration, where our teachers are engaging in professional discourse about instructional practices and student data. As I said, to finally align with the other 3 schools, we will be implementing MAP. Thank you, Scott. And we will implement it with fidelity in grades 8 through 10 so we can formally progress monitor over the course of our school year. And lastly, we will develop data teams, which is a process that currently does not exist here, and we will systematically review data to make purposeful decisions about teaching and learning. That's a wrap.
Ta-da.
Ta-da.
Questions for Ms. Police? Tina?
No questions. I love the questions you asked yourself. Great. And I just wanted to commend you for partnering with Cape Cod Voices. I will mention them later in my report, but that's delightful. Thank you.
It was a really powerful experience. In light of COVID and all of our challenges, I felt that it was really important. And I should thank Mark too, because he pushed me to push our faculty and not use COVID as an excuse to not continue the conversation. So we're pushing forward with it.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Any other questions? Joe or Sharon? Questions for Ms. Police? Comments off Barbara? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and that is all of our school improvement plans for tonight. Next on the agenda is the new school committee member mentor role. And this was something that we had talked about years ago when we started to develop the school committee handbook, probably 4 years ago or so. And in the school committee handbook, there's nothing concrete in it, but it does mention having a mentor for new school committee members. And I thought that it would be important that we kind of bring that back up and establish a mentor for our new school committee member, Danielle. And then, so my thought was it would be an appropriate place for the vice chair to be a mentor to new members. So going forward, it can be continued that way or not. But without objection from the committee, I'd like to assign Meredith as Danielle's mentor on the school committee. So she has kind of a go-to person to ask questions, or not that she can't ask questions of everybody, but it sometimes is easier to have a single person to go to for conversations. So without objection, I'd like to assign our Vice Chair Meredith as Danielle's mentor.
Here, here. Good job.
Hey.
All right. Okay, mine was easy. Dr. Carpenter, I believe you're up. The reopening plan.
I feel a succinct presentation. is
It
in
doesn't
order.
feel succinct. It feels,
Expeditious. What other
it
words do we have?
feels heavy.
I think it's just because there's a lot of color.
There's
The
a
blue weighs
lot of-
more.
A lot of ink in here.
It's the ink and the quality paper used.
I'll go, I'll go skim through this and I won't be talking about every piece of every slide, but I did want to just share just the overall thought process here. Ever since we saw COVID coming, my entire want has been to go and maximize in-person, face-to-face learning for our students. And I do think that throughout this whole process, I have, if anything, looked towards science. Now, I fully understand that there are different perspectives on how one looks at data, and clearly we saw very different perspectives with the same set of facts. I'll also share one other thing that I personally take a little bit of offense to, which is being a sheep. I am not a sheep. I'm the first superintendent.
You are certainly not a sheep.
On the Cape, coming very out publicly, saying this is what I feel like we should do, and it's something that it would be easy for me to go and say, hey, we're going to do exactly what Desi says, but based on the science, as I'll get into, I disagree with Desi, and we'll kind of talk about that as we get through here. So first slide. So in science, there's a concept called the Red Queen hypothesis. And basically, it's a biological concept that basically is looking at this. In Alice in Wonderland, you have the Red Queen, and for her to go and maintain position, she has to run ever faster and faster and faster. And in biology or in any sort of situation where there's competition, if you don't continue to adapt, you fall behind or you don't survive. And what we're seeing with regard to COVID and how we need to plan and think about it is there are things, there are going to be curveballs. There have been curveballs all along that we've been thrown, and we have to adapt. And this is a reopening plan. I put it out publicly to go and get some feedback. I think you got some feedback. We will have a forum next Monday evening to allow people to provide additional feedback. And we will also work with our teachers and custodians and get their feedback and ultimately come up with the plan that we'll be bringing back to open the schools. And we're likely going to have to morph that plan as the year goes on, just because the landscape is going to change. And if we just stay still and don't continue to run and adapt, we're going to fall behind and not keep up with a virus that's clearly mutating and changing. So next slide. So, I think there was a lot of want and that we were going to be able to come back, particularly if you're vaccinated. Masks were going to be able to go be a thing of the past because so many folks, particularly in Massachusetts and out here on the Cape, are getting vaccinated. And then we start to hear kind of, sort of the rumors, just of what was happening on the Cape, and seeing, some little stories pop up here and there in Cape Cod Times that there were folks that were vaccinated and getting sick, including members of my own admin team. And it's like we have stayed healthy, knock on wood, through this whole thing, and all of a sudden it's like, I've got members quarantined. I've got members of my staff and teachers that we know they're quarantined that have been vaccinated, and it's like, okay, what's going on? Well, ultimately the CDC started to notice that that there were these breakthrough infections, and somebody spoke about about the breakthrough infections. So we knew that there's something going on out there that we need to at least be cognizant of, and I do think that the ramifications of what's known about the Provincetown cluster, I do think DESE still needs to go and catch up with their guidelines and their guidance to schools in the face of this. And I've heard other superintendents and just other folks say, well, Provincetown, that's way out there on the tip of the Cape. It's like I'm far away from Provincetown. I'm in the South Shore of Boston. It's like I shouldn't be worried. I mean, folks, I've got a niece that was intending to head off to college, and one of her best friends, she and the best friend vaccinated. And it's like, oh, positive, so but that's in Pennsylvania. Okay, we're a little ways away from Provincetown. It's this is the Delta variant throughout. So we know that there are lessons to be learned from what happened here, and I think we need to adapt. So, just to burst bubbles and everything, across the board here, I think a lot of us were also banking on herd immunity. We're going to come out of this, and that somehow vaccination would get us to this point of herd immunity, and if roughly 70% of the population were to have antibodies, that the virus wouldn't be able to spread. Again, there are two ways that you can get those antibodies. One is you catch COVID. The other is you get vaccinated. And the reality with a virus like this is that sooner or later we'll be at a point where we're all either vaccinated or we've all either caught it, and we're in this place somewhere in between. So there will be a place where we all have some sort of protection, and it's going to come by infection or vaccination. So next one. But what we also know is that if you can be vaccinated and still catch it, that the concept of herd immunity is probably going to fall somewhat short on the overall protections. What we are seeing, though, and I think it's the good news with the Provincetown cluster and others, is that if you've been vaccinated, or if you've already had it and somehow get it again, the antibodies that you built up the first time that you got infected are protecting you from getting sick, going to the hospital, or having it be a much worse outcome. So the CDC recognized that, and the CDC, subsequent to their understanding what was happening in this cluster out here on the Cape, added a little line saying in their guidance is that to maximize protection from the Delta variant and prevent possibly spreading it to others, wear a mask indoors in public if you are in an area of substantial or high transmission. We're in the area of substantial or high transmission, and it would be nice if we can get beyond that. And I have hope that we can get beyond substantial and high transmission, and we can start to see the masks go away in our schools this year. And I'm optimistic that it's going to start to happen at some point during the year. So this is not me saying, here's a reopening plan where we're going to mask, and these are always going to be with us forever. I think there's a way, there's light at the end of the tunnel, but we've got to get there. And unfortunately, we've seen this upturn of the Delta variant is causing a spike. We're not seeing the spike sort of level off and come back down, but we've seen several waves. We've seen at least 2 other waves prior to this, and they have spiked up. They have come down. We were at a much better place heading into the summer than where we are now. And I think if we get back to where we were with the vaccination rates that we have and get a few more vaccinated, I think we can be at a place where we can safely operate in our schools where folks are vaccinated. So, as I said, the worrisome part with the Provincetown data is that unvaccinated people can catch it, but not just they can catch it, unvaccinated people are shown in the Provincetown data to be able to spread it. And we have very close examples, even within our own administrative team, where someone in the household catches it, passes it to somebody else. Everybody's vaccinated in the household, but so it's happening. But again, this is not an excuse and should never be an excuse for someone to say, oh, well, then I just shouldn't be vaccinated. It's protecting them from worse, and it doesn't matter which vaccine you get. The research out there is that Moderna, Pfizer, and J&J are creating situations that rarely, if you have these breakthrough infections, are you ending up in the hospital or worse. So just the guidance that that this recommendation is based on. The American Association of Pediatrics came out long before anybody was understanding what was happening in this Provincetown cluster, and they were really recommending that all kids return to school with masks. So their recommendation is if you're older than 2 years old, you should wear a mask in school, and that staff should wear a mask. CDC released their guidance after publishing their paper on the Provincetown cluster. CDC recommends that same thing, and again, it's based on that fact that there is a highly contagious Delta variant going around. Let's be safe. CDC is also recommending that we continue to maintain at least 3-foot spacing. So you'll see that in the plan here. And CDC also has revised their close contact definition. So we use this in the plan. So if there is need to quarantine, this plan is based on following this revised CDC definition. And understand the CDC in the bullet there, they have an exception on what's a close contact. They're saying, you know, if you're indoors and you're wearing a mask, and even if you're within 3 feet for over 15 minutes, as long as you're wearing that mask and you're a child, you shouldn't be considered to be a close contact. So if we follow this definition, we'll see far less students needing to be quarantined out of class. Now the key thing is you're still monitoring the child and making sure that they're staying symptom-free, but the CDC is acknowledging there that there's a protective factor about being young. So there's actually a different threshold for what's a close contact when it comes to a child than if it's an adult. And again, they're acknowledging, you know, that there is a difference in terms of youth, as we've seen. And I agree with all the folks that are coming up here. We see that, you know, that there is a protective factor with COVID with regard to being, you know, to being young. They also put a note there that's important, that if you have been fully vaccinated, there may not be a need to quarantine. And they start to acknowledge, and this is the first time that we've seen this show up, if you've already had it. Again, if you've already had COVID, you've been naturally vaccinated, you know, so that you have those antibodies in your system. So they're basically saying if you've got antibodies in your system, you likely should not have to quarantine. But again, I think we're going to have to look at this as it plays out in our schools, because, you know, while they're saying if you've come in contact with it or you've been vaccinated, you should be okay and not have to quarantine, we also know that the Provincetown data is showing that you still may be able to catch it and still may be able to spread it. So, you know, so regardless, if people are in a situation where they're close to somebody who may have had this, our nurses are going to be having to do a lot of work this year with contact tracing, just like they did last year. But we're going to be putting things in place to hopefully provide a lot more options to keep students in the classroom and to keep in-person learning happening. So the Department of Education and State Department of Public Health released joint guidance on July 30th that does differ somewhat from the American Association of Pediatrics and CDC. And this is, I'm a little concerned that this guidance does not take into account some of the implications of Provincetown clusters. Next one. So DESE's saying that all children, kindergarten through grade 6, should wear masks indoors. And they would say that unvaccinated staff in all grades and unvaccinated students, and students in grade 7 through 12 would be required to wear masks. But if you've been vaccinated at the upper grade levels, because you can get it if you're age 12 or above, that if you're vaccinated as an adult or a vaccinated student, that you could be unmasked, is what DESE is saying. I do think, you know, personally, that this might be sort of a carrot that they were wanting to put out there, that, hey, if you get vaccinated, then you can go mask free. I do worry at the moment, given how prevalent COVID transmission currently is in our region. I think we do need to mask to protect everybody, but I am hopeful that the COVID transmissions can start to drop off. We keep those vaccination rates high, and we can get to a place where we're following the DESE guidance when it makes sense locally for us. So other things in that DESE guidelines. First, buses. Masks are going to be required on buses. That's not even DESE, that's a federal order. It doesn't matter if it's a school bus, a bus if you want to go jump on the Plymouth Brockton bus and go up to Logan Airport, or if you want to get on a train or a subway or a plane, any sort of public transportation, masks are required. When that gets lifted, then we'll have to revisit how that fits into our plans. So we'll have to adapt as that public health order changes. The state is also recommending that schools have robust testing that they put in place, and I'll talk more about the testing options. And they have new contact tracing protocols that are coming out that are related to those testing options. I haven't seen they haven't released the protocols, but today we were in Cheryl Default, our nurse leader, and I were in a Zoom meeting with learning about the different testing options. So other sort of Debbie Downer bad news. The consensus of science is that COVID's just not going to go away. So we have to keep that in our mind, that we have something that we're dealing with, and the punchline here is that it's very likely going to be another virus that we lump into. It's like, oh, I've caught a cold, and when you catch a cold, there are a number of different viruses that are in that family that cause the common cold. That's likely where this is going. I think initially there were some who thought that COVID was just going to fizzle out really fast. And there have been two genetically very similar forms of respiratory viruses, one being the SARS-CoV-1 and the other being this MERS-CoV. And those two did fizzle out relatively quickly. And I would argue the reason they fizzled out relatively quickly is you didn't have sort of people that had mild symptoms walking through Stop and Shop or coming into school. If you had those, you were really sick, you ended up in the hospital, and sadly, with SARS, it killed about 10% of the people that caught it. And with the MERS, almost a third of the people that caught that died. But because you didn't have just mild symptoms, you had really major symptoms, I think it was sort of contained by people who were just heading to the hospital, quarantined that way, and that kind of kept that infection. But this is something where we hear all the time about people that are asymptomatic or just mild symptoms, and we've had so many students and staff that have had it over the past year, and some have had very mild symptoms, and some have been in the hospital with it, and it varies person to person, and while yes, people with comorbidities have a greater chance of having worse outcomes with this, but we have seen people that seem, from everything that we know of them, as very healthy young adults, let's say, who end up still end up in the hospital, and sadly, in the case of a few of our parents, passing away. And this with a vaccine, folks, is preventable. Like, we don't have to have another 470 some deaths happen on Cape Cod. Next one. So, as I said, we're dealing with the virus that's heading towards, I think, being one of those common cold statuses. We've also learned a lot in the last year. I think one of the advantages with having been open as much as we were last year is we've had to deal with what it takes to stay open. And so we know that from our own data that there is, if we have kids spaced right with masks, that we can keep the kids from spreading it in school. so last year we were taking a strategy, we were quarantining classrooms. If you had a positive case in the classroom, the whole classroom was quarantined, and we quarantined over the course of the year thousands of individual cases. And I think with negligible instances, there was not another kid who showed up who may have caught it in that class. Where we were seeing it show up is that it would end up in a household and everybody in the household gets sick, or there's a carpool, or a sleepover, so there was, we were seeing examples of where it was spreading, but we were seeing that on athletic teams, or sports, or choir, or activities, or classrooms. As long as we were masking and spacing, we were able to go and keep kids safe, and by default, to keep our staff safe. So we have sort of taken that as an overlay to some of the recommendations moving forward. So just in terms of where COVID is in this region of Massachusetts, the CDC has maps of every county in the United States right now, again, because they're just saying that maybe you could go maskless if you've been vaccinated, if you're in moderate or low range. At the moment, the Cape is in that high range for transmission, and I am very publicly saying that I would support us, moving towards a DESI approach to masking in schools. If we see us get into that yellow-blue zone on the CDC map, that this should be something that that we're flexible and that we're flexing with the virus, but also just want to foreshadow, if for whatever reason we get to a place where we're able to go mask-free and we see yet another wave, I will be reaching out saying, hey, we need to go mask back up to stay safe. The other important barometer on returning to normal is just vaccination rates. And granted, vaccination are an individual's choice. I mean, there are folks that will get religious exemptions or medical exemptions, and this neither the state nor federal government has mandated for students that this be one of the mandated vaccines. We don't know where that will go in the upcoming year or two, but a large number of our seniors have been vaccinated, and what you see is that we've got a 71% vaccination rate of our seniors right now, and it slowly gets a little bit less and a little bit less and a little bit less, all the way down to our 7th graders, which are our only middle school cohort that are of an age, or at least some of them of that age, where they can be vaccinated. But I do think if we still hold on to that possibility that of herd immunity and just limiting the amount of spread that's happening within a population in the school, that I think many would say shoot for something like that 70% threshold. So we're close. If we go to the next slide, it summarizes it by building. So at the high school, we're close. We're at 58% of the students, vast majority of our staff vaccinated. At the middle school, granted, it's the 7th grade cohort. Middle school's only at 11%, but within that cohort, more. Next one. And then just for comparison's sake, MMR, measles, mumps, and rubella, is a required vaccine, and if this shifts and becomes sort of an FDA approved and non-emergency status gets and ultimately it becomes one of the required vaccines, we would hope that that you'd see vaccination rates approaching this. And this slide itself is a little concerning that we do have, at least one of our schools has as a concerning number, Chatham Elementary has a concerning number of students who aren't vaccinated. And this has been something I've worried about over time. It's like, what if we had a measles outbreak in Chatham, with the lack of vaccination when it comes to measles, you'd be in a situation as a school superintendent where for public health reasons you're closing your school to protect everybody because measles is such a contagious virus. Okay, so we as an administrative team have been talking about if shift to more of a DESI approach. If you get to that 70% vaccination rate and you're in that moderate to low COVID transmission, there may be other barometers that we want to look at, but I think that gives us something that we can hang our hat on to say, okay, at some point we're going to again take a step further towards normalcy. So just the recommendations in all the little areas. First with masking, it's really following the CDC guidance where we're recommending that masks be required in all buildings at the beginning of the year, and then to step down off of that as we see barometers, public health barometers in the community support us having us go maskless for those that are vaccinated. Spacing will continue to maintain 3-foot spacing, and where possible to have even more than 3-foot spacing. One of the things I'm pleased to say is that there's going to be course at the music's back, and last year I think everybody was worried on whether we could do music with COVID, and that and we were having music during parts of the year where course was happening outside. We'll have it inside. We'll have at least 10-foot spacing. We'll likely use spaces like our auditoriums to allow us to spread out individuals. But largely here it's to maintain spacing, distancing between individuals. But I don't want people to think that, it's like we're just going to keep people apart. We want to emphasize it's okay to do small group work. Just wear masks, but so it's not. This is not the draconian wear masks, don't interact at all. That's not what happened last year. That's not what's going to happen this year. So the small group work has been encouraged. On buses, we'll follow that the federal public health order, masks on buses. We will, again, this pains me as an environmental guy, to encourage parents to drive kids to school, but we will be, again, encouraging that only to go and try to keep the density on the buses down as low as we can. We will go, on most of our buses, I would imagine that there would be 2 students per seat. We would go and cluster them by families, so siblings would be on the same seat, and we will go and keep windows open as long as the weather promotes it, to just ensure that there's a good amount of airflow. Visitors will be required to wear masks when they come into the buildings. We'll be thoughtful on who we're having as visitors. Definitely if we have our high school interns, they'll be welcome in, other sorts of tutors and community partners and guests, parents for different meetings. We'll also, you can imagine as time goes on, we'll be at basketball season. I would imagine that we'll have parents in for basketball games just wearing masks. So I know that you could go to the Garden and not wear a mask for the Celtics playoffs, but at least at the moment here, we're going to try to keep everybody safe. Lunches are going to be back in the cafeteria. We will go and work on spacing. So in a lot of the cafeteria tables have fixed seating, and we'll likely sort of like put little tape sort of like so the seating's every other to space people out, particularly at the middle school and high school. Emphasize using the outdoor spaces that we have adjacent to the cafeterias to, again, keep density down. And at the high school, we'll see a return to JOSM. So we'll be running JOSM as it was. And that, in and of itself, will go and help keep the density down in the high school cafeteria. Breakfast will be more of a grab and go, which is what we did last year. So kids are walking in, they'll grab their breakfasts and eat them in the classrooms. Athletics will follow our athletic association's guidelines, but again, I would imagine that students that are practicing outside, just like they were at the end of last year, aren't going to be wearing masks, and I anticipate that fans that are out there won't be wearing masks either. Again, we'll see where the public health trends go and what the athletics guidelines are, but that's where I anticipate things heading. COVID testing. So there was a webinar today or this morning at 11. The state has rolled out some additional options for us. So one would be if you have a student who's feeling a little bit under the weather, they go to the nurse's office, or even a staff member goes to the nurse's office and says, "Hey, I'm not feeling very well." The nurse, with parent permission, could offer them a Binax-Now test kit and test them to see if there is COVID. So we hadn't been doing that last year. We would have just sent the child home. But again, we want to sort of, if we can detect it and say that we've tested with parents' permission, the child's safe, they can remain in school. They also have offered us to use these kits for close contacts. So let's say you have a math class and there are students in that math class who sat immediately adjacent to a child who has become COVID positive. We would go, as long as those students that were adjacent to the child were still asymptomatic, they weren't feeling sick at all, we would just work with them, and we have to work the details out on this, but the concept is that the student would come into school every day, first thing be tested, and if the test is negative, they can remain in school. And again, the concept is try to keep the kids, if they're healthy, in school rather than globally quarantining entire classrooms. And the last one is to bring back pooled testing, and I do agree with them. The term pooled testing was not a very useful term. Like, people didn't really understand what it was. I believe they're changing the terminology to routine COVID safety checks. But we...
Much simpler.
Yeah, yes, so. Pool testing by another name, but we have already done the bulk of the legwork for being part of this. We will go submit all the paperwork saying, yes, we want to avail ourselves to be able to use any of those three options. We'll be disseminating to all families would you like to have this be an option for your child? So parents would sign up for it. And again, we wouldn't test, even if they sign up, we wouldn't test without letting them know that we were testing. So we're not going to say your child comes down and is sick. We'd be calling and saying, hey, your child's sick.
you've filled out this paperwork so that we have the signed copy, but, but still verbally connecting with them too. But again, lots of protocols to, to work through with regard to that, and that just rolled out today. In terms of quarantining, the goal is to maximize in-person learning. There's sort of a decision tree that we would have there. So if you have a staff or student who is sick, you follow the CDC close contact guidelines. If the individual is symptomatic, you're sending them home and encouraging the family to go, get them tested for COVID. If they test positive, there's the quarantine guidelines on how many days that you have to be out. We'll follow the CDC guidelines on that. Last year, the CDC guidelines used to be 14 days, and then they shifted to 10 days. And then there was you could come back on day 8 if you got tested after day 5. So we will be following those, the 10 days with an option to come back at day 8 if you test after day 5. If you're asymptomatic, but still a close contact that we need to be monitoring because we know that the child or adult is a close contact, we'll go and use the test and stay approach. We'll offer to the family, your child can still come to school, and we'll work out the logistics on how that works. But first thing in the day, let's test to make sure that COVID, that they haven't developed COVID, and you do that for 5 days. If they haven't developed after exposure in 5 days, they're presumed safe, and you don't have to test after day 5. If they're non-symptomatic, if they're asymptomatic, but the parent is saying, no, I don't want to have my child tested, then we have to go and take you have to be at home and quarantine and, follow the CDC guidelines on how long a quarantine is. But we're hoping that families want their children in person and will avail themselves to a test and stay in person, stay with in-person learning. We still have a lot to go work out on how to use streaming. I know last year, we really pioneered in the state using streaming at the high school to allow some students to be home, and while the bulk of their classmates were in the classroom. We will still look at using that as a tool, but want to emphasize that being at home is no substitute for being in the classroom. So, I imagine that what we would put in place is, we will offer you the option to test and stay. That's what we're hoping you have, and that we will only be providing the stream for those who are truly sick with COVID. That if you want to access the education, here's how you can access the education. But again, the other thing we have to emphasize is, even if we put in place a stream, it's not something that you snap your fingers and presto, it happens. It's going to take a couple days before the IT staff and the teacher are ready to have that stream function. Okay, remote learning. DESE at the end of last year ended their requirement that districts provide a remote learning option. In fact, they explicitly have said that we are no longer able to offer that as the primary mode of education for kids. So I have gotten some emails from folks asking, hey, can we still do remote second grade? And the answer is no. Facilities. We will continue to have the hand sanitation stations that we've had last year. We will continue using the Force of Nature and having students develop the habits of mind to clean, to have, using a biologically safe a cleaner to clean their, their desks, before a snack or when they come into a room. We will continue to sanitize our bathrooms. We had been sort of universally fogging classrooms last year. And there's a lot of guidance that's been that's really not necessary to fog globally. If we have a positive case that we know in a classroom, we'll fog that classroom after hours, but won't be fogging every space in the building. We also last year hired a third-party consultant to look at our HVAC systems and make sure that everything was operating maximally so that we had maximum airflow. We've continued to engage with that consultant, so we'll keep doing that this year as well, because again, we know it's an airborne vector. We want to go and make sure we've got the best airflow we can in our schools. And there's a whole list of other little things there, ranging from, will we do internships, to international travel, to have cohort mixing, but the answer is we're trying here to have us get back to the way we used to be doing things, and so yes, so long as the Balkans and Costa Rica are opening their doors to us, yes, let's not go and rule out international travel. Let's have the internships that the high school students used to go on. Let's have field trips happen again. And again, it's this, let's step back to more of a normal while still taking the precautions that we need to go and keep our students safe, our staff safe, and whether they like it or not, their loved ones at home safe. I believe that's it.
Questions? So let's, Jackie, Tina, Danielle, Joe. Go ahead, Jackie.
What are you sitting down for?
He's tired.
He has a mic.
Just a quick question. If we can briefly go back to quarantining, I think I understand all of it. My only question, and if you said it, I apologize. Can you just briefly go back over, because we're no longer doing like necessarily cohorts, where like, let's just say for instance, the middle school, they stay in that same cohort all the time. And then the contact tracing, I see you have a nice little diagram here. And I know the cafeteria probably wouldn't apply, but if they're going into, if you're mixing students from one, like from math to science, how are we tracing that? And I would imagine it sounds like a nightmare to me, so I'm just not sure how that's working.
So again, we have a lot of experience doing it. The high school, that's how the high school operated last year.
Okay.
So the answer is, yes, it's a bit of a nightmare and a spider's web to untangle, but we have experience effectively doing it. And again, there may be a large number of students that we identify that are close contacts, but I think if you last year, well, let's look at the difference between this year's proposal and last year. Last year at the high school, a student has 6 classes that they were taking, so they potentially have had now exposed 6 classes to the virus. And we were having 6 classrooms of kids go home. Now we would sit there and say, okay, who realistically, based on the nurses doing the contact tracing, who realistically would be within that CDC definition of a close contact? So that has narrowed it down, let's say, from like over 100 kids to maybe 20, and then we would go and work with those 20 students and their families to say, we're concerned that you've been a close contact. We do have this opportunity to go and have your child continue to stay in school every day using the test and stay. And so again, the only time we would we would be really saying we're going to exclude the child for, for safety reasons is if they're symptomatic, because they could be developing COVID, and we've encouraged them to get tested to see if they were becoming positive, or if for whatever reason the family's saying, I don't want my child tested, and then we just can't, we can't take the chance that they may become positive.
Okay, so similarly to the high school model last year, we're just going to apply that to the middle school. And then for the elementary school, ultimately, they just stayed in their classrooms last year without intermingling with the other fourth grade or third grade classes. How is it changing for them this year in that aspect?
So I would say very minor changes. I think that probably the only fundamental difference that we're proposing in this is that last year, the specials teacher would come into the classroom, and this is saying that the kids would go, we're not seeing, we don't have evidence running schools during a pandemic that we were getting transmission in the hallway. So we would have the kids go to that special rather than have the special teacher come in. And again, let's say it's a third grade classroom, there's a positive child or a positive staff member, we would look at that room and say, okay, who, following a CDC definition, fits a close contact, and again, work with the family to say, if asymptomatic, here's a test and stay, we want your child to be in the classroom. We want to keep, we want to preserve that in-person learning as much as possible.
Love it, great work. Yay.
Tina.
All right, so three things here. On the buses, I know that's a federal public order. Who is managing? You got the bus driver. Who's actually managing the mask wearing?
So the bus driver does keep track of the kids wearing, and the kids themselves, the elementary, middle school kids have assigned seating on buses. We don't have assigned seating at the high school level. In part, there's a lot more, given their peers oftentimes are giving rides, or there's a lot more sort of plastic ridership on high school buses.
Okay, so bus driver. All right, the next.
And again, and it worked. The bus driver was the one policing it last year too.
Okay, all right. So with the athletics, let's just suppose if we agreed to open the schools, and let's just say NOSIT decides not to, how's athletics going to work? Who makes that decision? Is it MIAA, or is it, how are you going to do that?
Yeah, I suspect that that's going to come more from the state athletic organizations.
Okay.
And I also think this is something that our nurse leader and I were talking about today. I suspect that we will look at implementing pooled testing for teams too. Again, just anything we can do to go keep the kids as safe as we possibly can and try to limit transmission. Because if we can limit the transmission, the sooner we can get to mask-free, particularly at the high school where they're old enough to be vaccinated.
Okay.
Just
and then
blame hockey anyway.
Yeah, and then when in doubt, it's all hockey's problem.
And then the third one is really just a comment on the remote learning. At first I was surprised, and then I wasn't surprised, about DESE saying that it's just not an option, remote learning. Personally, I think in our district it could be, but I understand with DESE, I attended so many meetings last year, and the reports from across the state were like crazy. So I understand their decision. It's just unfortunate, because I think we managed it fairly well.
Well, I do think the remote learning, we managed it well, and I don't think it's a good substitute for the magic that happens face-to-face in the classroom. There's so much more in terms of support beyond just the curriculum itself that we're able to provide students when we have them in school. And I do think some of the frightening stats that some of the folks came up and talked about, where you're hearing about depression and suicide and things like that, I think that's a byproduct of the isolation that was happening with remote learning. And it's one of the reasons why you're seeing, groups like, like the American Association of Pediatrics saying, you got to get the kids back in the classrooms, for social and emotional health reasons.
Yeah. I mean, and I agree with you. I think the experience is absolutely much better in person. It's just unfortunate that that's not an option for some people that are concerned about the masks. So anyway, that's just my comment.
Danielle?
Okay, I have 5 questions.
Oh.
Sorry, but also not sorry. So my first question is related to quarantining and the question you posed, should what we know of the Provincetown cluster impact this definition and those who do not need to quarantine? Do you know why that isn't the case right now?
Why not quarantine everyone? Or, I think we're going to have to be really flexible. Like we're trying to look at what the different, what CDC is saying and what DESI's saying, and here's the guidance. And, so we think that we should be concerned that there's the possibility that you could have transmission to vaccinated individuals. And, and at the moment, we don't have experience with that yet. We have a lot of experience running the bulk of a school year with nobody vaccinated. And I think this is where we may have to adapt, where if all of a sudden you see that there's a situation where there's a spread amongst vaccinated individuals, then I think we're going to have to change how we change the plan to adapt to what the new landscape is. And that's where I just want to sort of emphasize, this is sort of a model of how I think we can reopen. And we can't go and just say, this is it, we're going to be inflexible, we're only going to do this, because that would just be foolish.
Okay, thanks. And, also want to acknowledge that I'm coming into this conversation late. I know I'm assuming some of my questions have probably been discussed ad nauseum last year, but one of my other questions is related to.
I can always use a refresher.
As I say, it's
so
a good
don't worry
refresher
about
for
us.
everyone, so.
Related to spacing and were outdoor classrooms ever explored as an option for all of the schools?
So to have everybody go outdoors,
Yep.
well, it's funny, when before COVID even reached our shores, I think I had Joy in my office, and I was going back and I was starting to pull up pictures of what did school look like during the Spanish flu. And I was just like, okay, let's start thinking about what might be coming, because it's not looking good overseas. And there are pictures of college classes sitting on bleachers and being lectured in a chalkboard. So the answer is we thought about it and did do things to implement some of it. It's just with the I think the reality of not being able to do it all the time, and some of it's just there's being New England, there's like this moment in time where being able to sit outdoors most of the day uncovered is comfortable, and it's sort of like it seems to go from like way too hot to have it, and maybe you could do it for an hour, to way too cold, and there's a brief sweet zone. So I think in Mary's building, I think they went and took the approach of towels. And I think every child had a beach towel that was part of their little their little personal kit, and the teacher would take the kids out and they'd go outside and spend some time on towels, and you might have an entire lesson that's happening outside. And at Chatham Elementary, they did a similar thing, and they even invested in these little chair desky things where the kids could go outside. But again, there's some space constraints in terms of how many classrooms you could have outside of the buildings and at any given time. But we were doing a lot of that there. I know at the middle school, that I could look out my window on any given day, and there would be, one middle school teacher, another middle school teacher just occupying grass spaces. So it was happening and it was just a weather dependent and who wants to take the kids out. So it was happening, it just wasn't happening that we were spending entire days outside.
Mm-hmm. And I think I would like to see some sort of encouragement of outdoor classrooms and some sort of process put in place for helping teachers. My sister is an educator in Oregon. She's an elementary school educator, and she has an outdoor classroom, and it is work to set it up every day and break it down. And I'm not saying that we do something rigid like that, but I think I would like to see some sort of encouragement of a little bit more outdoor education regularly, or I don't know if there's tents or things that the school could provide that
Don't
could.
get Adam going on tents.
That could remain a structure to prevent from rain when it's,
Yeah.
we could encourage children to, or
Yeah.
dress for the weather. I'm just,
No, we actually, and Mary knows this, we invested in some tents too. We underestimated some of the winds that Cape Cod has.
It's like an insurance broker's nightmare right now.
Of course,
Hailing
of
children
course.
with poles of tents.
Yes, I understand
Oh,
that.
my Lord.
I guess that was just something that I felt was missing from this.
Mary, do you want to say something?
Mayor,
Should you come to
can you
the,
come to the mic?
just for the, yeah.
It's the price you gotta pay.
What you get for speaking up?
She's coming in hot.
Sorry, it's,
Late?
Late.
No.
okay.
Yes.
Mary Oldak, principal of Harwich Elementary. I think I speak for Chatham as well. We had assigned outdoor spaces for every grade level, and it really just became a matter of real estate and how much space we had outside that was available. So we had, every grade level had a spot, and the teachers worked out a schedule and a rotation for how they were going to use that. We did try the tents. It really was an issue in terms of installation and the winds and just them staying erect. We did try the beach towels. Kids loved it. We also had the surf desks, which Scott mentioned, which were super portable. The kids sit on them, provides a flat surface for writing. And our specialists also took the children out for art, music. I remember Frank Topa, the music teacher, pulling up one day to Chatham Elementary, and he was out there on the sidewalk with his upright piano and his rubber ducky on top, and the kids were having a great time. So I think we maximized the use of the outdoor space given the constraints that we had just in terms of available spots that made sense.
So is that something that you think teachers are willing to kind of do again?
Oh, yeah.
Or, okay.
They love being outside. The kids love being outside. It's a natural mask break for them too. We had, classes that would eat lunch outside. I think the teachers were very, very interested in using the space again. It just, you think about our schools and the perimeter around our schools and how much outdoor space we actually have, keeping in mind we still had to run recess and everything else. It's just the grassy spots are a commodity, really.
Sure. Yeah, I understand
Yeah.
that for sure.
Thank you, though.
Yeah, that would be my only comment about the spacing would
Yep.
maybe seeing if there's any language that could encourage that or remind that that's an option. The other thing related to that was around lunches at the elementary school and wondering why elementary schools aren't encouraged to eat outside like the middle school and high school students are.
I think it's more of a proximity of how much space there is right outside the doors. I'm personally fine with making it happen. It's just at the middle school and high school, there's a door and or tables and space just immediately outside of the cafeteria door, and not so easy at Harwich Elementary School. And at Chatham Elementary School, when you first open those doors, you're not onto a big patio or big grassy space as your first immediate thing. But again, teachers could go, if there's space available, go and move them outside.
What about, for Chatham at least, right across the street is the huge field, Veterans Field. Is that an option for lunch, or are there rules around when students can cross the street or go onto that property?
I don't know what I know we frequently use Veterans Field. I just don't know when it's made available to us routinely.
I was saying, like, I don't know that they have enough time to
Mhm.
like get their lunch, get to veterans and eat their lunch, because they're given a very, very, very limited amount of time. So that's why I was going like that, not like you had to hurry.
Yeah, I understand. Okay.
I was wondering what the time. She's asking
All I have
questions,
is
man.
voice
Leave
clips,
her
that's it. I
alone.
don't even.
So another question I have is around the buses
Yep.
and, parent transportation, once again, being encouraged. Can you explain to me how is it decided who will be riding a bus what priority is given to students who are riding the bus? If you're going to also be encouraging parents to provide transportation?
So, Michael.
Michael,
That was a nice little
email
pop
just
up
went
out
out.
there.
Yeah. There's your pitch.
I like to be a little unexpected.
That was impressive. Didn't even know you were over there.
Right?
So, the school policy is we offer transportation to anyone who wants it. So there will not be any prioritization if somebody would like transportation. So we sent out a survey today to families to complete to let us know if they would like transportation. And once we have those names, we'll start to assign seats.
Okay.
Yeah, so, so it just helps us understand, which streets do we need to run a bus
Yeah.
down or not?
Yeah,
And, so you just tell us you want us to pick you up, we'll have a bus going down that street to pick you up. And then it's just how many, let's space the kids out as much as we can, given how many kids need to be on the bus. And again, yes, while in my ideal world, everybody's riding the bus to school, and, we're not having long lines at parent drop-off and pickup, I think we have to bite the bullet for another year and encourage parents to kind of help us, help reduce the density on those buses.
Sure, I understand. Thanks. And then my last question is around, I understand the options for testing, and I'm wondering is there any sort of pre-screening that's in place before a child gets to school?
Yes, so there's a health safety checklist that we, I think, sent out to families at the beginning of the school year and our staff, just in terms of, here are the things that you should be looking for. But we will, again, the mantra was for families and for our staff. In past years, I would say you've got a headache, cowboy up. If you're feeling just even slightly under the weather, stay home, and if symptoms are progressing, get tested. And I actually think that it was the help of families last year that really helped us stay open, that they were great about it, our staff were great about staying home when sick. And, so we weren't having a large number of students that we were sending home that were ill, that later became COVID. It was largely, families saying, I kept the child home, they'd call the nurse would follow up, later that day and, see how the testing went. So, so we'll again be working with families and need to work with families to have kids that are sick stay home just preventatively. And I do that with my own admin team. It's like, I'll get a little text message at 6 a.m. It's like, got a little cough, and I'm like, go get tested. It's like, don't take us all out. Yeah.
So there isn't any sort of tracking mechanism that is required, though, as far as like screening for symptoms or screening for COVID tests that have happened in the family?
Well, the family does a lot of that reporting back to the nurses. So, and the nurses are keeping track of all that. We, what I think you might not know, being new to the committee, is, we ramped up our nursing staff, knowing that, that there's about twice the workload that's happening in the nurse's office during COVID than what typically has been going on.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate the refresher for those of you who have been part of this conversation for longer than I have. And that's it.
Meredith?
I just have a question about class size. So with 3 feet apart, I know that last year class sizes were smaller and lots of different things happened, but is it going to go back to kind of what it was pre-COVID, or is it going to be kind
Yes.
of in between? Is it?
No, so I would anticipate class size would be what it was pre-COVID, which, I think we are very blessed as a district. We budget for class sizes at 18 or lower at the elementary level, 19 or so at the high school level, and there are very few classes that are even in the low 20s at the high school. So we can easily, with the class sizes that we have budgeted for and run this district with, have 3-foot spacing between individuals, no problem at all. And, and even in a rare example where you have, so I know that Jen's in the process of putting together the schedule, and let's say she's got one class that can't happen in a regular classroom at 3-foot spacing, we can always go and use a different space to go make sure we've got that. And that's what we would have done last year too. It's just use the spaces we have, but we can manage a minimum of 3 foot easily.
Oh, nice. Oh, good.
Perfect.
And again, it's because of the class sizes we were operating with as a district going into this that made that shift a very doable one. So with kids staying home last year, or about 20% of the student body staying home, we were able to be at 6 foot in most of the classrooms, piece of cake. So with 20% of the kids coming back in, we're still going to be at least 3, likely much more than 3. And and there's a sadness there for me, because I love, like, after a school committee meeting, my norm is the following morning to show up at an elementary school to just like reinvigorate and go to morning meetings in a kindergarten classroom is the best. I miss the kids just sitting on a rug, right next to each other, and I want us to get back to that badly. I don't see it happening this year, and poor Mary, like all summer long, she's like, can we unload the trailers? Can we unload the trailers and put all the stuff back in the classrooms? I'm like, it's not looking like things are heading to us unpacking the trailers yet.
All right, so I'm going to go to Terry, and then Joe, and then Sharon.
All good stuff. The thought strikes me. This is kind of a comment, not a question. First of all, Scott and crew, this is an excellent 30 pages. I think of, for the moment, of you packaging this after it's all cleaned up and sharing it with the 14 or so other superintendents, and have it as a booklet, although I realize that's getting close to Governor Cuomo, formally, writing his book during the time of his work schedule. But this is so well done, and yet in it, and I think all the thoughts we have here is, how do we, the folks we had earlier, all of that was around masking in the pandemic. This is all about Pandemic 101. And yet all of our staff, without the disease, had the school and the schedule and the workings of a regular classroom to the best of their ability to make it all work in a healthy environment. And now, starting 14 months ago, we had to kind of scrap that and begin to jury-rig. And when I read for the second or third time how exhausting it is we added a few nurses, maybe a custodian here and there, but we didn't really dive in with a whole new covert team that responded to this. Second thought, as I looked at the middle school and high school vaccination rates, there's no way we'd ever get to herd immunity. You know, back in the day, if this was an autocratic country, like years ago when we used to have professional photographers come in to take pictures of your kids in the 5th grade, class 1 would go down and have all their pictures, wasted learning time, but that's how it was done. It's too bad that we, at least when it comes to schools, we've got 600 kids here and 400 over there with Adam, or whatever the numbers are, that President Biden, or whoever, with all this money that we have received, wouldn't just be able, and I know this is dreaming, to mandate that within our schools, with sign off with parents, 8th grade, section 1, first week of school, go down to the gym and we'll have vaccinations. Next week, grade 9, grade 10. So that after a month or 5 weeks, we'd clearly have a herd group of kids at these two major schools, middle and high school. That'll never happen because I guess we can't operate that way. But as a result, we jury rig things to make certain parents can twice have a chance, and all of the events we've been experiencing, and that's kind of a shame when I think of keeping track of those kids and percentages, because it is a reflection on their parents. If we have middle school 11% or some low number, that reflects their moms and dads must not put that on their do list for this past month to go get a shot for the kids in grade 8 or whatever the age is. So that's more of an editorial I'm saying, but I just have to commend our crew, because it reminds me of someone told me last year when they got a complaint from parents about how terrible this or that was. And the person then just succinctly said to the person on the other line, "We really apologize because this is our first pandemic." And there's a lot of truth to that. That these folks here that are leaders being paid are ramping it up to get a good educational learning out of our schools. And now we've had to pause and put hours in to make certain all of these other things occur that the kids are safer. Has to happen. It looks, and I agree with Scott, looks like another at least 6 months in school if we don't hit a bit of luck. And so, yeah, we're going to be having this and make certain the kids attempt to abide by that. But in the meantime, we have X number of hundreds of kids in elementary that there is no vaccination.
All right.
Sorry about that, a little longer on the uptake.
Never apologize. Mr. Osceola?
Thank you. The Massachusetts Association of School Committees, MASC, came out with a document and a template today, and it's relevant to the business, this item of our agenda. So 2 points, one for the superintendent and one for the school committee. Dr. Carpenter, when you have a chance to look at this MASC document, I think you will be very pleased. In a sheep-like fashion, they're following your lead, and they're using many of the same reference source material that you do and come up with very similar conclusions. And I would recommend that you incorporate what MASC has to say into the reopening planning for the 2020-2022 school year document for the next round of its presentation. It's already a very strong document, but can't hurt to have too many friends. And then for the school committee, MASC has also come up with a template, a kind of statement of position similar to, roughly similar to the document that they came up with on race. And I think it's something we might want to look at and consider for adoption.
Thank you. Sharon?
Did you say Sharon?
Yes.
Okay. First, I want to thank you, Scott, for doing all the work in that document that you just went over with us. It's going to take me a little longer to study it, but I really liked a lot of the points to it. I have to say I do agree with, I couldn't see whoever said the outdoor stuff because I'm here on my phone, but I would like to see more of that. I don't know if we have any of that money that came in from the state, but I really would like to see, especially if COVID's here to stay, some kind of investment in that. In the meantime, whatever we can do. With this Delta variant, I'm very, very concerned about moving at all away from masks because we all know that it's at least twice as contagious. So I don't know the particulars of before they said you could have a mask off for 15 minutes and be 6 feet away or something. But now during mask breaks, that may not be the case at all. So I would really love it if people could be outdoors for any mask breaks. I know that my other grandchildren go to school where all their mask breaks are outside, even if it's a 5-minute break. I'm just very concerned because I'm very dedicated to having the kids do in-person learning. I really know as a therapist and a former educator that is the best thing for the kids. And the last thing is just a little question for you about the testing. I love this idea that the kids can go to the nurse and get tested with parent permission. But I would assume that most parents would be happy to sign a blanket form for that. And I'm just wondering, because the nurses have so much to do, if maybe there couldn't be consideration on some blanket form that went out that can be turned in. So if a nurse wanted to do that and the parent had already signed this permission, they wouldn't have to go try to track down the parent to do it. For many, many people, at least, many kids. Thanks.
So Sharon, with regard to the form, the state actually has a consent. If we're going to be part of this state program, they have a standard consent form that we have to use with families, and I do think we have an ethical responsibility to let parents know that we're testing their child because we're only testing their child if we're concerned. So I don't want to have parents not sign thinking that this is a blanket, we wouldn't ever reach out to them. And
that's a good point. I just used to be at Chatham Elementary School in that nurse's office with kids a lot. And there were so many times that the parents couldn't be reached. But that point that you're bringing up is also a very important point. Thank you.
Jackie?
Yes, and in the words of Terry, a thought strikes me, end quote. I think it would be advantageous, if appropriate, at some point during the school year. I think about access a lot to the students and their families. If we actually were able to facilitate a vaccination clinic at the school, where maybe we could encourage and or give access to and make it more readily available for families to come in and utilize that.
yes, so the answer is we have, and we will again. We're actually working in tandem with all the other school districts on the Cape to, in the upcoming weeks, if any of us have a vaccination clinic, to just sort of post that, hey, there's a vaccination clinic, so that so that we can sort of publicize it to go over to DY, if there's a vaccination clinic that's happening. Again, it's the county has been great about helping each of the school districts with that, and we want to keep that going.
Anybody else have any questions, comments? Concerns? No. Okay. So, thank you, Dr. Carpenter, for this presentation. I also really appreciate the fact that you were able to put it together and you got it out to families yesterday? Yes? This week has been a whirlwind in my brain. So the families had a time to kind of receive it and maybe not necessarily dive into it, but to understand all of the intricacies that are going into the reopening. It's not just a regular school year. There is still things that need to be considered. So I very much appreciate that you sent it out to families in time so that they had the chance to know that we were going to be discussing it tonight. I'm a little disappointed that we had how many ever people at our public forum, and we're down to not very many at watching this. So I hope that the parents and the community members that partook in the community forum, the public comment portion, pay attention and are able to watch this and watch what the plan is and listen to the dialogue that happened and the questions that we're asking, because the reopening plan is so much more than putting masks on our faces. And I know that that was the impetus for many comments at the beginning during public comment. And I think that looking at all of the steps that have to be taken throughout our buildings in order for our kids to be safe, to learn, to be in person, is so much bigger than just the masks. So I want to say that. In terms of next steps, it was very highly encouraged that we allow. So ultimately, we need to vote this reopening plan. The intention is that he's presenting the plan for us. We're in different times so that we as a committee are going to be voting on the reopening plan. It includes his reopening plan, the one that's been presented, does include masks, but it also includes all of the other pieces that go with it. It was highly encouraged to us as a committee to allow 2 points of public comment to listen to families and community members and healthcare workers and whoever wants to join in as a part of it. So this technically would have been the first night. I feel like it wasn't a huge amount of notice for families to be able to know that it was happening. So Dr. Carpenter is going to be hosting a public forum on Monday night.
Monday at 6.
At 6 p.m., all via Zoom. Nobody's going to be in person. So that would be, ideally, we'll post that as a meeting so that we can all attend that as well and listen. And if you can't listen, I encourage you to go back and watch it so that we can hear people's concerns and hear people's thoughts about the reopening plans in general. There's still a desire to potentially vote on this before our August 25th meeting.
I think we'd be fine. I just want to make sure that families are hearing the direction that I'm going. I think, or that at least I'm recommending. I do worry that if for whatever reason the committee decides that it wants to go in a different direction than the punchlines of the reopening plan, it would, we need to make sure that we at least leave enough time to communicate with families. But I think the 25th, we still have enough time to communicate before the Tuesday after Labor Day.
Okay. So in anticipation of the public forum next Monday, we would anticipate to vote on a reopening plan. We can vote on Dr. Carpenter's recommendation, either yes or no, on what we want to do as a committee for our district at the August 25th meeting. So Terry?
Just to give a sense, I don't know the protocol, to Scott as to where we as a committee stand now. I wonder if we could give him a sense, not a vote, of the reopening plan in the way of affirming it.
We could,
Could we vote to have it be
Consensus?
the presentation at the forum?
I'm not, are you going to present?
I think that I would like to just, we have the presentation, we'll put it out there, we've shared the punchline. I mean, I think clearly the folks are reacting to one page in the presentation. We'll make sure that they understand what the punchline is and the presentation's available, but I think there needs to be, I'm happy to go and very briefly explain why we came up with the punchline, but I think we need to give people an opportunity to react, and my hope is that there's balance in what we hear on Monday too. I think, I do appreciate that. I thought there was a pretty balanced conversation. I thought it was fairly civil, and that my hope is that Monday can look that way far more than some of the emails that have come my direction.
Jackie, you had your hand, or?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that I want to make sure that was heard correctly, that I don't want to vote in the plan prior to the community forum. Like, I don't want to, I
understood that.
I don't want to vote in that this is what we're approving before the forum, because I think the forum is very important. But listening to what Terry said, I think that, I guess it doesn't really matter how we feel as a committee going into the forum, because we're still ears open and eyes open for anything else. So I guess I retract what I said before, just to be very transparent.
Tina?
I agree with what Jackie just said. I think it's important to hear people at the forum, because I still think a lot of people are just getting wind of this, and I think it's important. Like any decision we've ever made, I think it's really important. Scott, you keep saying the punchline. What does that mean?
Well, I think everybody came in here, I think it was largely about masks.
Okay,
And,
all right.
And I am recommending very clearly that we should all be wearing masks at the beginning of this school year, and want to emphasize that even if it wasn't me recommending that we should all be wearing masks, it's like the consensus is that at least for grades 6 and below, that there should be, that there should be masks, so it's, so I think what we're hearing is that there should not be masks, period. And there's not any guidance that we're getting from any source that that's the direction that we should be going.
Okay, thank you. So just for clarification, the punchline means the masks. Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
I think that's where the biggest
Yeah,
controversy
it
is at this
Yeah.
point,
It
is
is.
whether or not masks are appropriate, and whether or not they should be forced to be worn in school buildings versus parental choice.
I have one other question. We're going to vote, I guess, the 25th. I mean, and this is probably an unfair question, so I'll just throw it out in the universe. How do we know the governor won't change his mind? I mean, right now it's a strong recommendation. I mean, it could change in a couple of weeks.
So, well,
We're good at
I would say this, if we look at what's happened in the nation, the precedents that you're seeing in the courts is that this is a country that's based on local control. It always has been. So I would argue that this body is actually a stronger body than the governor when it comes to local control of your schools. And I believe that what you're seeing in Texas and Florida and school districts that have bucked a mandate from a governor is that the courts are backing the local control of their schools. And I suspect that that's what you would find.
Okay.
Not that it hopefully has to go that way, but.
All right,
Thank you for that explanation. All right, so does anybody have any questions, any further questions about the reopening plan? So this is more or less what we're gonna be, it doesn't have, it's not like a first read and a second read, this is just the first glance at it and our opportunity to ask questions and have dialogue about it. So, all right. Moving on, our next item is the workshop, school committee workshop. Every year we get together with a workshop where we usually discuss our school committee goals for the year. I'm anticipating doing another one, but due to the late hour, I really don't want to pull out my calendar to try to set. So if everybody's okay with it, because we are allowed to set a meeting via email, that's all we'll be doing is setting up the workshop dates. So if it's okay, we'll throw out a few dates, evenings, like a school committee meeting. So we'll be scheduling a workshop at some point. Any questions, discussion? Tina?
Yeah, the only comment I'll have, and I think that's a good idea. I know in the past, or at least as long as I've been on, we've always looked at the Thursdays that are not a school committee meeting, so I would recommend perhaps starting there.
Okay, thank you.
I have always
Yeah.
kept the Thursdays open,
Yeah.
so.
Agree. Anything else? Okay. Next is continuing remote Zoom access. We are in a place where we don't have to have Zoom anymore. We could have fully public meetings. I feel like our two school committee members that are attending via Zoom are attending for a specific reason, not just because they don't want to sit in these really uncomfortable chairs for 4 hours. So I would recommend that we continue Zoom access. Initially, so when I first put it on the agenda, it was actually a conversation of public participation because we did have everybody in attendance in person. And my recommendation was still to continue it as public participation because I think it's a great way for parents to tune in, that they don't want to come to the meeting that lasts until 10:15 at night. So that was that, but now that we have a couple members who are specifically staying home for specific reasons this evening, I would recommend continue it. We have the legality, I may have the date wrong, but in my head it is allowed through or up to May 1st, 2022. Yeah, somewhere April and May. So as long as everybody's okay with it, we'll continue Zoom meetings, and we can revisit it if we see a problem at some point, but I think at this point, we'll continue them. That way, so people can stay home if they need to. I don't know about you, but I'm flying through my discussions. Now we're gonna stop. Next on the agenda is the revised regional agreement language.
Oh, who put this on the agenda?
I don't know, not me. No, I'm just kidding. So at our last meeting, Dr. Carpenter went through the regional agreement proposed changes again. This was not new at our last meeting, and yet we did have a very healthy discussion during our last meeting about it. And so we discussed whether or not we wanted to put it on the agenda for tonight as a vote, knowing that we had 3 members absent at our last meeting. But I think it was kind of a consensus that we would encourage you guys to watch the video and still put it on the agenda for a vote tonight. So Dr. Carpenter, I don't know, there was a small meeting amongst some boards of select board members, with some questions. Chatham Select Board had some questions about it the other day. And Dr. Carpenter, do you want to touch on that? Your mic is off.
So,
Your mic is off.
so we met, it's all blurring together, yesterday? Yeah, I think it was yesterday. We met briefly. It was Joe, Nancy, myself, Michael, and from Chatham, it was their town manager, their finance director, and Selectman Dykens and Selectman Kokolas. And just to talk about the proposed changes. And they had three friendly suggestions on changes to make, and I have made them in the version that has some blue to it. So for whatever reason, when we made the changes, stuff started to come out, red, white, blue, and black. So the three changes are this. DESI recommended that we have on the first page in section 1B under weighted voting, they had recommended in the I think it's the second sentence, right after it says for a total of 6 votes, they had recommended that we insert the words unless otherwise required by law or regulation. And I guess the selectmen in Chatham felt that that language was sort of incendiary and maybe doesn't need to be there. It's a statement of a statement of reality that laws and regulations supersede a regional agreement. And so I had a conversation with Mark Terry, our district's attorney. I would argue that it's sort of a redundant statement because it already appears on the third page under section 3, part B. The last clause there talks about when you have a vote that unless required by statute or regulation, like the language is there. Why do we need to have it a second time? And so it would take out the incendiary piece. So, so Mark Terry, our attorney, will be at least just running it by DESI to say this, one of the select boards has requested that we just not have this language that you've recommended in because it's already in the document. The other 2 changes go hand in hand and are actually sort of good catches by the Chatham Finance Director in terms of what the intent and spirit on assessment is supposed to be. So those are on the 9th page of the document, which would be section.
Does it start with
9.
capital costs?
Section 9,
So,
number
so
1.
section 9, section 9B.
Sorry, B1.
So, just tracking down the,
Capital costs are attributable.
This is page 9.
this is page 9.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find.
The blue?
Capital costs?
So under debt, so capital cost debt service, sorry, it's,
The very bottom of
yeah,
that
so I
page.
think it slid, I think with the tweak, it slid off to the top of page 10.
Yep.
So top of page 10 starts with, would be section 9F1 says debt service costs attributable to the high school, and the previous iteration lined out the middle school in error. So we are fully regionalized at the high school and at the middle school. So if we have to borrow for the high school, both towns would share in those expenses, and if we have to borrow for the for the middle school, both towns share in that expense. So it's correcting and making sure that the middle school is not lined out because it used to have, there was a red line through and the middle school in there. Concurrently, the next section, which is a second number 1, which I guess would be a number 2. It says debt service costs attributable to the district's elementary schools. It had previously lined out the elementary schools, and it just read that debt service attributable to the, to the schools in the members' town. So it's, this is just clarifying that that the middle schools are shared by both towns, debt service. The elementary schools, it says, it now reads, after all of that red line striking, debt service costs attributed to the district's elementary schools will be assessed to the member town that owns the building. So it's just clarifying that is elementary school, member town, middle school, high school, both towns. So it was just a cleaning up thing, but it's those. So what we came to an agreement in the conversation with Selectman Dykens and Colas and the folks from the school district is that we would make those changes and present them as the cleaned up version. I've also asked asked Mark Terry if he could have conversations with DESI to whether they would be amenable to us ultimately moving this forward as potentially going through 2 town meetings, where one town meeting, if there was a special fall town meeting, might be just addressing only the changes that happen on the finance piece. So it's just the changes that happen in the section on budget, budget, through the debt service piece. And again, I think the concern that folks in Chatham were raising is if DESI's amenable to that we would potentially at one town meeting go and just focus it on the money, and at a subsequent town meeting move forward all of the other changes that are sort of cleaning up the document. But so again, we'll get some feedback on whether or not they're amenable to having it come in 2 waves, that the money piece happens so that we're not having to go to a town meeting and trying to pass something that's a money thing that also has all of this other language, that's being dealt with. So, so ultimately, these are all the changes that we would say we would want to move forward, whether or not we get some guidance on that they'd accept it as splitting the changes in 2 waves of town meetings is yet to be determined.
Terry.
I agree with everything he overviewed, that Scott overviewed, that I heard. Because of the timing of the potential of having a late September town meeting, in the hope that happens, and I know this is still kind of a rough draft, but when could we as a committee vote to accept the corrected versions? And then my other thought is, if this clears the way regarding that small group in Chatham with some answers and questions as you outlined, would it not be wise or appropriate that we have our superintendent meet with Joe Powers, the town manager of Howard, and the chair of the Howard, and review this with them, so we don't get caught shorthanded saying, oh, we have some questions too. Maybe that's already in the works.
Well, I think we have done that as part of the working group. So this I think was Chatham was reaching out to us saying, hey, we think there's one little typo that dealt with that lining out of the middle school and then just unlining, making sure it's clear that it's middle school, high school, elementary school. So that was an easy fix. And the other was just them, I think, probably having conversations on their end on, okay, how do we move this through a town meeting, and feeling that, there's some redundant language that it would just, if DESI is okay with not having it just put there, let's make that go away, and then A, and B, can we package it as two, two things, that we address all the fiscal things at the first town meeting, and then at a subsequent town meeting, go do all the non-fiscal bits of it.
Assuming that's agreeable, would the Howard Select Board already know that?
No. But it's not something that has been decided. It was, Desi has to come back, and then we would have to then revote what we're gonna put forward.
I understand that.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, as sort of a tit for tat, whatever info was good meeting with the Chatham folks to get some clarity and correction, which I think is fine. I wouldn't want to miss a beat here in Howard by some small meeting, and I don't mean all of us.
So I think my guidance to the committee would be, if these are the changes that the committee's comfortable with, I would recommend moving this forward tonight. And I just worry that we start running out of calendar to get the fiscal things on a fall town meeting. That we can go have a conversation with Joe, and I think it behooves Harwich to go, however Chatham's saying, this is how we can best move forward the fiscal piece. I think that's in everybody's common interest.
I don't want to confuse, I fully agree with that.
Yeah.
So, and I also fully agree that I'd love to vote tonight on the document as outlined by you and what we've studied. The point regarding where the knowledge level is of our Board of Selectmen in Howard is just something to make sure there were, here's what we voted.
Yeah, we will.
So, that's all.
Danielle?
Okay, so I first of all want to say I appreciate the power that it is. I appreciate all the work that has gone into this. I appreciate the conversation, discussion that was had during the last meeting. I do feel like, as a new member of the committee and someone coming into this, as Joe mentioned during the last meeting, with fresh eyes,
Danielle?
there are a couple.
Sorry, did you hear any of that?
We did.
Okay.
We did.
Sorry.
It was great.
So as Joe mentioned during the last meeting, coming into this with some fresh eyes, there are a couple of holes that I'm seeing that I need some clarification on, and I'm hoping that can be explained tonight. Again, recognizing that this conversation has been going on for a while, there is an urgency from the perspective of Harwich to address this inequity. I understand that Chatham is committed to addressing the equity, though my understanding is there's a little less urgency from the perspective of the Chatham Select Board to do so, not any less commitment to do so. But one of the things that I heard kind of loud and clear from conversations and community forums that were had around the upper and lower configuration of the elementary schools was Chatham residents were saying, okay, if we need to pay for our own elementary school, we'll do it. But we need to then explore the weighted voting formula. If we are looking at the funding formula, we need to explore the weighted voted formula in connection to that, because they're directly connected. If we're looking at making the assessment more equitable and different, then we need to look at the weighted the weighted voting formula, because they're directly tied to that in the minds of some Chatham folks. So I understand that the conversation that was held at the last meeting was talking about weighted voting as it relates to subcommittees, as it relates to, clarifying whether something is mandated by state statute to follow that. But I think I would be hard pressed to feel like I could move this forward without addressing that piece that I heard a lot of Chatham folks say it was really critical to them wanting to support it. So I would hesitate to want to put it forth, put a financial vote of the regional agreement changes forward at a town meeting without addressing that piece, because it's been acknowledged publicly that those are tied together. At least Chatham folks feel that they are. I know that there's timelines of fall town meetings. I know Chatham hasn't even scheduled theirs, though. Right now, they're looking at least, the earliest would be October, so I know we want to move things forward, but I also think it behooves us to make sure that we're not moving something forward just because maybe there's an artificial sense of urgency, or not artificial. Recognizing that I think it's our job to be intentional and do our due diligence to make sure we're putting forward the best thing that we can put forward. So that's one strong caution that I have about moving this forward as it stands. The other piece, and this is kind of the biggest hole that I'm seeing, again, coming into it with fresh eyes, and I'm hoping that I can get some real clarity on it tonight, is that this method of assessment is really being proposed because the inequity between what Harwich and Chatham are paying is really driven by the cost of operating Chatham Elementary School. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it's really intended to not have a, so how do I want to put it? A smaller elementary school, just by economies of scale, is going to be more expensive to run than a larger elementary school. So it creates a situation where Harwich can't look at our budget and say, oh, we're subsidizing Chatham Elementary School. You know, it has each town paying for their own building. So
I understand that.
That's all it is doing.
Yeah, I understand that. So my question is, though, is I wanted to understand the operating budgets for each elementary school, and I have not been able to find that information. I've seen the budgets that have been approved at school committee, and they're the overall operating budgets for the district. And so when I look back at the presentations that have been made and the tables that you've used that provide the data around enrollment numbers, budget, and then, what's it called? Cost per pupil. There's one table that looks at 2012, another table that looks at 2021, and another that looks at the projected figures from 2025. What strikes me is that between 2012 and 2021, there was a decline in Chatham Elementary School's enrollment by 37%, but the budget increased by 15%. I don't understand that logic. I don't understand how that is possible. I understand that it would result in a higher cost per pupil with declining enrollment, but I don't understand how the operating budget, the cost of Chatham Elementary School could go up when the enrollment declined so much. And I've heard some folks say that there are some fixed costs associated with that. That's the data that I need to see. I need to see a line-by-line budget for the Chatham Elementary School operating costs and the Harwich Elementary School from 2012 to 2021 to really make sense of those numbers. Because then where is it? The projection for 2021 to 2025, the Chatham enrollment again is dropping by 41%, but now the budget's decreasing by 7%. So that line of logic just doesn't make sense to me of how those numbers are shaping out. Whereas Harwich enrollment drops by 8% and their budget goes up by 6%. So that's just not adding up in my mind. And to me, it looks like Chatham Elementary School is operating a very, very expensive elementary school. And without understanding and really analyzing the budget of that particular elementary school, I feel like an assessment reformulation is one potential solution to that. But I want to maybe there are others. If we know that there is going to be more space available in Chatham, more empty space because of declining enrollment, it's widely recognized that open space is actually valuable and an asset. Has this committee explored in depth other ways to generate revenue or to close or to cut costs of operating the Chatham Elementary School to make that budget more in line with what would be reasonable? So I think that's the data that I'm looking for that I haven't been able to find, that is making this feel like, to me, this is and again, I appreciate all of the work that has gone into the wordsmithing and going with a fine-tooth comb around this assessment proposal. But without really, really understanding the costs of running Chatham Elementary School and looking at other ways that we might make that better. Like, of course, Harwich is going to be upset if they see that Chatham is having a drop of, an enrollment drop of 37%, but their budget's going up 15%. That just doesn't make sense. So I need to understand how that was the case and why those numbers are and those percentages are the way that they are before I could really feel confident that this is the best way to move forward with addressing the inequity, which is the goal. So I know that was a lot, and I know, again, I'm coming at this with fresh eyes, and that's the big kind of, missing piece of information to me that I just can't make sense of it.
So, can I respond? So, I mean, I think your questions are great, and it's the sort of things that we're talking about in our administration meetings and in the central office all the time. And I will give you a quick answer, but to give you more, I'd like to get you a more considered response so I can get the figures out and show them, go through them as well. I mean, in essence, unfortunately, when enrollment goes down, it doesn't lead to a dollar by dollar reduction, because you lose. I mean, you can lose easily 20% of your kids, and it doesn't let you cut down the number of teachers, because unless they all are in the same class, they're all in the same room, you can't cut a position. Equally, you can't cut a principal. You're unlikely to be able to cut custodians, and you don't cut utilities, and all those other things don't go down. So really simply, the way it works is you'll have step changes. So eventually you'll have a reduction. Eventually you'll lose enough students, and enrollment will go down so much that you can make a reduction, just like we've seen this year, where we've actually been able to start reduce the number of classroom teachers because enrollment has gone down. So you're actually not able to cut, and meanwhile everything else has gone up. So inflation is going up, salaries are going up, utilities are going up, all those other things. So you're not actually able to make reductions, and still you start to see whole classrooms fewer. And it's only in the last couple of years that started to happen. And so that's in the really high level why only now we're starting to see those reductions. And I've not done the figures yet, but then it will start to go up again, because you've now reduced the base, and it won't be until you start to you can cut another classroom that you'll see another drop. So it will kind of be like this step change as it gets lower. I mean, it will start to go down, but it's a step change. But there will be a basis which you can't go below. Like, you have 5 kids in there, you're going to have certain set costs you won't be able to reduce, no matter how few the students are. So, I mean, I can appreciate, me just saying all this isn't helpful. You want to see the figures and the data, and I'm happy to put all that together. We do publish the budgets for each school is published with the budget every year, but it is like, it's like 1,600 account lines, and so there's maybe 300 for Harwich and 200 for Chatham. So it is hard to make sense of that, but I'm happy to put all that information together for you. I think what else was in but yeah, and then reducing costs. So that is, absolutely. And to be honest, starting to do this with the regional agreement is going to lead to those kind of conversations, because when each town is now directly responsible for their school budget, they're going to have more questions about, well, why is it going up and what can be done to make those reductions.
What about the aspect of generating revenue?
So, like, in what way? Yes.
I don't know. If there's open space in Chatham Elementary School, what kind of programs could we get in there? What kind of partnerships with nonprofit organizations could we explore to actually get paid for our open space that we have?
I think it's a great idea, and it's definitely worth investigating. Mm-hmm. It's also similar to, like, you have to cut whole classrooms or whole wings of the building that have their own entrances and exits before you can start, because of our security requirements and so on. It's hard to have, we can't have third parties or, controlling entrance to and from the building. So there often then come with those sort of things, costs associated with, new entrances, new ways of managing exit and entrance and all those sorts of things. But that said, it's definitely worth investigating. And we do have some agreements with the YMCA in Harwich, which has generated some revenue into our building use account, which is then able to go back into helping to maintain the buildings.
And
so
we had also been doing something with space at Chatham Elementary with Head Start. So we were using open space and generating some rental revenue. And again, some of the there are some things that you had to sort of hurdles we had to jump through, which is before you have something else that's operating out of a school, you have to get permission from the Department of Ed that it's compatible with the school, and Head Start clearly was. And you have some of the challenges that Head Start had with Chatham, just Chatham's geography, that it was far enough away from the base of where they needed, so that they were looking for something a little more accessible, I'm guessing, to Route 6 and a little more centrally located. So we have explored that, and we'll continue as we have space in both of the schools to go look at partnerships with the Y or Head Start or whomever to bring in some monies into that space.
I mean, I think that's a really important aspect of addressing the cost of operating Chatham Elementary School, that I would flag that as a priority, to really explore that and have that. And maybe that's something we set as a goal for our school, like as we have that, whenever we have that meeting to talk about it. And I'm sorry,
Workshop.
My words are failing me now, because it just seems like that to me, that's like got to be part of the equation, is taking advantage of whatever assets are there to offset the cost of operating the school.
I think it's a worthwhile discussion, and I think it's even more valid if Chatham's paying for their own elementary and Harwich is paying for their own elementary. They're going to see that benefit more so than they would before, so it might be even more advantageous to push those things along. So I think it's something we can look into. I'm going to go to Joe.
Joe looks exhausted.
I think we all look exhausted, we just can't see ourselves.
And I think I've got unmuted.
You're good.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, thank you. Here's the basis and the baseline for me. We're a district of 2 towns. One town has said the fiscal formula adopted a decade ago is no longer sustainable for them. They can't continue it. That is a belief strongly felt when they go through their budget, and it's a reasonable, solid argument to make. And the school committee has said that we recognize it, we recognize the difference, and we characterize the difference as fiscal inequity. And we've tried to make some progress in correcting that inequity. We're going to be asking Chatham voters to increase their taxes and change the fiscal formula. Currently, Chatham pays, I think, 25% of Harwich Elementary. Harwich pays 75% of Chatham Elementary. That difference of 50% translates into $600,000 plus. It's the last figure that I heard from some of the select board and town administrators. $600,000 a year, every year going forward. And Harwich is saying, we can't carry that anymore. And to use the words of Larry Valentine, we need fiscal relief. I think that's valid and true. I would very much like to tie weighted voting to the vote on the fiscal agreement. I think when you change the regional agreements, the fiscal formula, it's a good time to change the voting formula. And I have a couple of reasons for it, one of which is some issues related to Department of Education, other issues related to what's been coming out of the Attorney General's office that I've looked at. And I think weighted voting would be an incentive for the Chatham voters, about whom I have real worries and concerns. But what I would like to do, I think, is not possible, and I won't try to pursue it. I raised this point at the previous meeting and spoke on it at some length. I have to say, I think the issue of weighted voting is an important one, and while it might provide a benefit, the school committee is just not going to be ready to adopt a change in weighted voting at this time. It's going to take a good deal of time for us to look at it, examine it, understand it, and come to some conclusion. And we cannot do it in time to come to the towns with a change in the fiscal agreement. The most important thing to me is the healthy relations between the two towns and the district overall. That, to me, requires a change in the fiscal formula for the advantage of Harwich, and we need to move to that end. So while I am very much interested in exploring an issue of voting, to tie it together, I think will hinder the main point, which is to make the change in our funding that Harwich is insisting on, and is insisting on with good reason and good cause. I think there's, if you look at the weighted voting and you look at the budget voting, for instance, I see a discrepancy on one that says voting by members and one that says 2/3 of members and another says 2/3 of 6 votes. I mean, these are issues we need to look at a little bit. There's a lot of opinion on weighted voting. I'm sure we haven't had a conversation on it yet in the school committee. We haven't even really started to. I just kind of put the boat in the water in the last meeting, but nobody's had really a chance to weigh in on this. And folks are going to want it. There's going to be a lot of opinion for it and a lot of opinion about it. If you want to have a school committee workshop, the voting is one possible issue for that workshop. But in the short term and in the immediate future, there's a real crying, pressing need that Harwich is expressing vigorously. And we have to, in the interests of the district, the overall interests of the district, we have to address it. We have to meet the demand, because if we fail to do so, we are going to be hurting this district. It's so clear to me. If we do not provide the funding, if Chatham holds back, if Chatham votes down the funding formula that I want us to recommend, the problem in Harwich doesn't go away. The need for funds in Harwich does not disappear. It'll simply reappear in another context. And you don't have to be very smart or anything to figure out where it's going to come. The issue over funding will then be rejoined anew when we have our budget discussion in a couple of months. If Chatham refuses to provide the kind of financial aid that Harwich is looking for, Harwich is going to come back and say, we need $600,000 or more out of the budget. And that is probably the worst place to have a discussion, argument, or a disagreement about funding. Because once you start talking about the budget, you're not looking at elementary schools anymore, you're looking at the entire district, with contracts already established and voted on. And you're also looking at a problem that Harwich is going to import into its own community, right? If you take $500,000 or more out of the budget, it's detrimental to the district. Who's going to suffer more? Harwich kids, because they're the majority of the schools. But Chatham students will suffer too. And if we don't get this issue of finance resolved, and every year we resolve it by taking $600,000 out of a budget that is already very tightly drawn, I mean, excuse me for going on at length, but if you go through this budget process, you're going to discover that the budgets are made up without excess fat, pork, or whatever term is used in national politics. These budgets don't have a lot of room to cut. If you start cutting the $500,000 a year and do it year after year after year, the district is walking down a path that you just do not want to go. And the way to avoid starting a negative spiral is to meet our responsibility now. Chatham has to step up. Chatham has to step up to strengthen the school district, to preserve a good district school system. That's worth a positive vote. And yeah, that's worth putting off for the time being, the whole issue of weighted vote and so forth. We have to move, and maybe quicker than we like, we have to move to address the financial concern that Harwich has raised in the overall interest of the Monomoy Regional School District.
I try to go around to people who haven't spoken yet. So is anybody else?
I think it was Terry.
Well, he's already spoke on it at the very beginning. Sish, not on this topic, but.
I'll just make two
Go ahead,
words,
Tina.
3 words. Thank you, Joe.
Oh.
That's my comment.
Dr. Carpenter, yes? You're not really one that we want to talk about.
Just to put $600,000 into context, is $600,000, if for whatever reason that's held hostage in a budget, is not $600,000, because if you cut $600,000 from Harwich, we end up cutting the equivalent amount, in terms of assessment from Chatham. So you end up cutting $800,000, because Chatham's budget goes down too, which is what we've seen happen to our budget. For year after year after year, I propose a budget. It goes before Harwich, it gets cut, and we end up, Chatham doesn't necessarily want to cut their budget, but their budget keeps going down because since the Harwich assessment goes down, Chatham's keeps dropping. So, we continue to run this risk of, $800,000, and it adds up. It's $800,000 is 10 teachers worth of money in the district.
Terry, then Danielle.
Danielle, I was absent last meeting, so I didn't participate in this topic about weightedness. Your second part, Danielle, I would encourage that, actually. I think Michael and Scott have done that, and if there's some issues around how can we improve the savings of pennies and dollars for the Chatham Elementary, I'm all in favor of it. If anyone, and I speak as one member of the Harwich elected official, I also encourage and I agree with Joe's description of what we're dire into. Financially is what the issue was. It wasn't an upper and lower. If anyone thinks, as we stand here now and pause, to give some serious thought that Harwich paying 75% of the bill would seriously consider, starting with this board, that we would give up a whole vote for everybody, then that is the poison pill that would really make an adjustment. I'm talking about our select board, and I'm talking about our town voters. That's just personally never going to happen. If someone attempts to tie that in as a bargaining chip for why Chatham should be harnessed in giving $600,000 more, well, give us a whole vote. Well, I don't need to go back. Joe did a well enough job. But the whole process, there are 19 regions in the Commonwealth. 12 of them are similar to ours with a smaller town and a larger town. Their founding fathers, such as Jeff Dykins, my son, Tommy Blue, with our attorneys 11 years ago, had two choices. Either have 8 members with equal voice, but with half votes and a whole vote, or have 6 members with 2 votes and 4 votes. Chatham, at that time, a small group said, we'll go with the half votes and the 4 voices. I personally, and that was over 10 years ago, not word one has been brought up by this committee, and I've been here over 10 years. I have had unanimous votes and listened and voted with no dissension at all between the Chatham members and the Harwich members. There's never been any conflict. All of a sudden, the issue that is now aware in Chatham that they may lose their Chatham Elementary unless they can come up with money. I hope they do. But right from the get-go, and I'm not opposed to a workshop to discuss weighted vote, in my opinion, at this stage of our development, there is no way that a town that is paying 75% of the bills and has 3 to 4/5 of the kids, similar to why Rhode Island has 1 congressman and California has 44. That's the process, the electoral balance. And that's why partially in page 2 it says 1 vote is needed from 1 town in the affirmative to balance off motions. So, and Danielle, I'm only responding to you because you say that's a big issue in Chatham. I listened to the forum 2 months ago. Not one person can I recall, and I took notes of the 20 or so Chatham folks that were adamantly opposed to the upper and lower. And I can understand that. I never heard one comment about, oh, by the way, we need 4 votes to your 4 votes. There's not another ever district in the regions in the Commonwealth that does that the smaller town has equal voting with giving only 21% of the budget. And historically, and it was Jeff Dykins that pointed this out to me serving with me, that since Chatham entered into our partnership, their school budget K through 12 Chatham went from 11 million to about 8.5 million. 2 million and change for the last 10 years, I guess it's about 20 million, that's gone into sewage, et cetera. I'm trying to shorten my argument, and that's all good stuff. But because of that fact, I doubt very, very much if it came to in the next month to try to salvage this special town meeting in a couple of months and move with it, that the Harwich people and board would seriously at all look at evening out the numbers with the disproportionate number of population. I know it's short, I didn't want to go as far as Joseph, but that's my opinion right now. I don't know how my colleagues feel, but I would never take that to the town to say, that's what Chatham wants in order to vote for their school to stay open. Thanks, sorry.
Go ahead, Danielle.
Thanks. And to clarify, I wasn't suggesting that that's a 1-to-1 vote.
Oh, it's time for bed.
It'll come back on. Go ahead.
We're
You
used
can
to
keep
this.
talking.
So, okay, yeah. So I wasn't suggesting that that would be the result of this. I was just saying that I did hear that from Chatham folks, that if they are going to be asked to pay more for their elementary school, that it's worth exploring the weighted voting in connection to it. So I just want to clarify, I'm
Yep.
not coming out in a position on anything, but I'm just saying that.
I guess
And-
I did, but sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
And then just one clarifying question for my own learning is what's the consequence if this isn't passed at a special town meeting, and if it gets, for whatever reason, I know Chatham, for example, the water is a big issue that is going to be coming up at the special town meeting whenever it happens in the fall. If that takes precedent and Chatham isn't able to vote on this at their fall town meeting, what are the consequences of this not going to both towns at a fall town meeting this year?
So, I mean, bottom line, the process has to go from us to the selectmen. Each select board has to vote to put it forward to town meeting. Each town meeting has to pass it. And each town meeting passes it, it goes to DESI for final approval. If, for example, Harwich votes on it at fall town meeting and Chatham doesn't get to vote on it until spring town meeting, this would not be able to be used for FY '23. So for the upcoming fiscal year budget, we would revert back to what we've always been doing, and we could be in a situation that Joe was talking about, where we would have, they're kind of counting on that right now. So if they don't get it, they might look to say, hey, well, you need to cut our assessment by that amount of money.
Okay.
So it doesn't have to be done within a certain amount of time, but nothing is locked in stone until those steps happen.
Okay, and so.
Does that answer?
I think so. So what, I guess, what's the close date on when this would need to get approved so that it can be implemented into the next budget process?
I think that based on the work group meetings, they're looking, because they know that the timeline after town meeting, so it's still, while we have it going to DESI for a preliminary review, the official review won't happen until after the town meeting votes. And so it's kind of in DESI's hands. I don't know what the timeline that DESI has for getting it back to say, yes, it's okay, if it's a few months, if it's a few months. So if we're talking October town meeting, let's say it passes at the beginning of October, you're looking at getting it back from DESI hopefully by December, which is right in time for our budget, because we start meeting finance in November, December, start talking budget. So I don't know if the towns, knowing they both are having fall town meetings, which is why this kind of came up in the last 2 months, in order for both towns to have another special town meeting at a later date, there's going to be pushback because it costs money. And so if, let's just say, for example, we look at a December town meeting instead of October, let's say it gets approved at the beginning of December, then you're looking at a potentially beginning of February. I would actually push off because of the holidays. So middle of February, and we're voting our budget at the end of February as a committee to push forward to the select boards. So we wouldn't be able to develop our budget really firmly knowing what DESI may or may not come back. So, I mean, I don't know if anybody has other to add, but that would be where I would see timelines. Does that help?
Yep, thanks.
Terry?
Just in context, Danielle, and I recognize coming on board, it's awful hard to catch up. So I appreciate not only a second topic of insight, but also, hey, what about weightedness?
He's actually really nice.
This open house I'm going to have, I got to buy less wine. It'll be in and out, which typically takes place anyways. The thing, you mentioned how tonight's late, and also you just arrived in, what is the rush regarding those two topics, meaning the weight in it? To us, it's not the rush. It's been 3 years in the making. So all of us have, for 3 years, discovered slowly the shrinkage of kids over in Chatham and the cost that was created legally with our particular model regarding, and we watched it for year 1, year 2, year 3. So that's why we're really intent upon trying to make something happen, up or down, in this fall.
Got it.
Tina?
My one comment, Danielle, because you asked a good question about if Chatham pays, but we're only talking, I don't know, 550, 600,000. I think I asked the question, I think it only changes the percentages like a 1% or 1.5%. So that in itself, for 1%, doesn't justify 4 full votes, that kind of, so we're talking $600,000, and it really doesn't, 75-25, it doesn't really alter it in the way that you think. It's not 50-50 all of a sudden. So I just wanted to make that comment.
And Sharon, I apologize, I see your hand up. I kind of forget your camera's not on, so I don't see your beautiful smiling face. Yeah. So Sharon, if you want to unmute. Sorry about that.
Yes, I don't remember when we've had a meeting go to 11 o'clock.
I know, what time?
11.
I know we probably had years ago or something, but I don't remember anything. This is a very big thing. I do hear the good comments now, but I'm wondering how tight we are for passing this, or if it might be better. I might be the only one very tired here, but I'm surprised if that's the only
I'm very tired.
I know you mentioned the timeline, but is there a problem if we put this off to next meeting?
Yes. It's been requested that we get approval so that we can start the process of meeting with the select boards to share it with them at their meetings. So if we waited until the August 25th meeting, then we're talking about meeting with the select boards in September. I don't know when Harwich's town meeting is, but they think that might be first, which would be the end of September, which would be tight timeline for them to be able to get their warrants out in their language situated. And both towns want their legal teams to look at this too. Well, they've been looking at it, but they want to look at the finalized version too. So we really need to vote tonight on this, bottom line.
Right, well, I looked at the last one before the vote was on it, and no one foresaw that things would change a lot, and things have. I suspect that if we pass this tonight, we'll find the same thing happening where maybe something was overlooked. Certainly, we're not going to be able to project what the needs are or what changes might be, maybe even 5 years from now. So with that in mind, I mean, it's a working live document.
Agree. It is a working document, and it's required to be looked at every so many years, let alone the fact that we actually been looking at it for the past 20, I don't know, longer than that. Jackie?
I'd like to make a motion.
I would love to hear your motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the revised regional agreement language as presented this evening.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, Meredith. Any further discussion? And we do need to do a roll call vote because we do have 2 members in Zoom. So Mr. Osceola?
Aye, in favor of the motion.
Ms. Stout?
Aye.
And I'm going to stop doing last names because I might get them wrong. Meredith?
Aye.
Danielle?
Aye.
Tina?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Terry?
Aye.
And the chair is aye. So that is a unanimous motion to move forward the revised regional agreement language. Okay. So moving on, Tina, would you by chance be willing to put that discussion off? Because I really want to hear it. And so Tina's the subcommittee representative liaison. Tina was going to report back from the MLK Education Conference, and I think it's a very powerful conversation. And I know that my eyes are about ready to close.
Okay.
They were ready to close 3 hours ago, but, so can we put
we'll
that
move
to the
that
next
to
meeting?
8:25. That's fine.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Dr. Carpenter, your superintendent's report.
Just very quickly, I want to just acknowledge that, the presentation we had on reopening it's a group effort. It's not me, and I really want to thank the entire admin team for putting that together, and Cheryl Default, our nurse leader, for her support in that. And I really want to give Mark Smith a lot of kudos. We have been meeting as an administrative team for the last 4 days now, and Mark has done an absolutely wonderful job of putting together agenda managing, and today I was sort of torn in 3 different directions. You can imagine, and Mark was doing an outstanding job of moving things along, and we have been talking about the strategic plan that we currently have and looking forward to what comes next. So we have much to share with you in the upcoming meetings.
Thank you, Dr. Carpenter. So we are into our action items, and we are skipping over 1 and 2. Number 3 is a second reading of the Budget Transfer Authority. This was actually brought, so for those of you who were absent at the last meeting, this was actually brought to us 2 meetings ago. Mr. Russell had a question on it. The question was answered. I believe, Mr. Russell,
I'm sad,
Good,
I'm all
you're
set.
good with that answer? So we're up for a vote for, I accept.
Wait, I have a comment.
Wait, actually, Sharon, we need to
Yeah.
not discuss it until we get a motion to approve in a second,
Okay.
because it's under action. So may I have a motion to approve policy DBJ, Budget Transfer Authority?
So moved.
We'll go Tina, and a second?
I would second.
All right, discussion, go ahead, Sharon.
Okay, so I do not remember at our subcommittee meeting part of this. If it did happen, I just don't remember, but I don't agree with it. At the end, the third paragraph, which has all requests for the start, the last phrase on it, that the business manager at his quarterly report will report this to the finance committee or the school committee. I don't agree with that at all. I think that it needs to be a report to the school committee, not just the, am I reading it wrong? Maybe I'm reading it wrong.
I'm gonna let Michael,
So, at the moment, all the quarterly reports come to the school committee. So, I mean, I don't know if we can change it at this point.
Okay,
I have
but
no
I
problem
would
taking
just
it.
say then, to cross out, or the school committees, finance subcommittees. Because
So
I don't
we-
agree with that. I think we're all a committee, we all need to know important things like this.
we actually can't change it at this point, because this is the second reading, the second reading.
Okay.
Jackie, you
I
have
will
a
request
comment?
that people vote no.
Jackie, question, comment?
Comment was that if it goes to the subcommittee's finance, if it goes to the finance subcommittee, it does come to the school
Yeah.
committee as a recommendation.
Yep.
So it will ultimately come to the school committee, as I read it.
Yes, and that would, I'm sorry.
I
Madam
would
Chair.
read
Tina?
it that way. It doesn't say.
Hold on, Sharon, Tina's gonna
Yeah,
speak
and
first.
just, yeah, because the finance subcommittee can't vote on behalf of the school committee, so they would have to bring it as a recommendation. So, yeah, the school committee is the ultimate decider.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, so the motion on the floor is to approve file DBJ Budget Transfer Authority. Roll call vote, Mr. Osceola. I just like saying Osceola instead
Yeah.
of Joe.
Makes me hungry. Like Italian food or something.
Is he on mute?
Is he Italian?
He's working on it, I think.
What's Osceola? Greek?
Italian.
I think he's having trouble.
Hey,
Sorry,
there you
guys,
are.
it went into that little tiny screen, I had to reopen it. Yeah, this is Joe Osceola voting aye.
Thank you. Ms. Sharon?
I vote no because of that reason I mentioned.
Thank you.
Aye.
Meredith?
Oh, aye.
Danielle? Tina?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Terry?
Aye.
And the chair says aye. The motion carries. I'm not even going to try to calculate right now. Next up is the community playground at Harwich Elementary, donation to the town of Harwich.
Yes, there's
go ahead.
there's a memo in your packs. This is the balance that's left in the playground fund that the school has. We want to give it to the town so they can sign the contract for the construction of the playground.
So I would like to entertain a motion to accept,
To approve the donation.
to approve the donation towards the cost. Meredith?
I would like to make a motion to approve a donation of $57,519.51 from the Harwich Elementary School Playground Revolving Fund to the town of Harwich for costs associated with the construction of a new playground.
I'll second.
Thank you. Further discussion? Mr. Osceola?
Joe Osceola, aye.
Sharon?
Aye.
Meredith?
Aye.
Danielle? Tina?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Terry?
Aye.
And Nancy says aye. That is unanimous. We have approval of prior year invoices. Mr. McMillan, you have,
So, yep, that's just a couple of invoices which were not anticipated, which came in late, and so we'd like to get your approval to pay them.
okay, entertain a motion to approve. We need the vendor and the amounts, please. Jackie?
I move to approve the FY21 prior year invoices, vendor Follett, amount $222.64. An order was duplicated, and from Sprague, for $803.03 for a missed invoice for a total of $1,025.67.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Mr. Osceola, vote to approve or not?
Joe Osceola, vote to approve, aye.
Thank you. Sharon?
Aye.
Meredith?
Aye.
Danielle?
Aye.
Tina?
Aye.
Jackie?
Aye.
Terry?
Aye.
And Nancy says aye. That is unanimous.
I'm so excited.
And the last document we have is declaration of surplus. Meredith.
I'd
We
like
have
to make-
train Danielle.
That's right.
I was just wondering, how do you know?
That'll be your first mentor role.
I'd like to make a motion to move items presented in our packet to surplus.
I'll second.
Excellent. Any discussion? Yes, Mr. Osceola? I see that smirk.
No, not at all. It's just your face droops a little bit when you get to be an Italian American over 60.
He is Italian, I knew it.
I would just say we hold off on the forms that are not completed. I think there's 2 of them. The very end, the grade 5 upstairs, and the form from Mr. Quinn. There another, but, and yes, the one from Gordon Neat, I'm sorry, no, just Mr. Quinn is the one at the end. There's a couple of pages here where the due diligence hasn't been done properly. Can we put those aside and request more information on that before we make an improvement? But I'm in favor of all the others.
Okay, so Meredith would, question first.
In what way are they not completed?
Condition of an item, year of purchase, estimated value, model number, make, brand name. I'm looking at the very last page, for instance. It doesn't give us much information. The Sally Rutledge document doesn't give us adequate information, and the Rich Quinn document doesn't give us information. They list an item and they list the number, but the other things that should be done and are usually done by anyone who does this. And in fact, what most of the people have done who have submitted a disposal of surplus materials, they have provided us with sufficient information to make a decision. And I'm sorry for the lateness of the hour, but this is why I don't really like a student resource officer presentation for 45 minutes. But just put, just the ones that are not complete, where the paperwork hasn't been filled out, can we request that those folks finish the job and then resubmit it to us, and I'll happily take a vote then.
Jackie?
Who's the signature of the submitted to on here?
The
signature.
I think it's Adam.
To Adam O'Shea.
Is that the Adam
the
O'Shea?
principal?
So, in light of the fact that we have never probably identified that, I don't know that they've all been thoroughly complete before, they've just had the basis of the information. I feel like moving forward, but upon signature, that's something that needs to be brought to Adam's attention, that before it's signed, that it's adequately completed, knowing that's what the school committee's expectation is. However, for this document this evening, I would suggest that we move it forward as is, and then notify that that's what our expectation is going forward.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Osceola?
Jackie's point makes sense to me, but I don't want incomplete documents to become a norm. People have always taken the trouble to fill out material in far greater excess than this. Think of the library where you sit. There was pages and pages of material that we disposed of. It is a budget matter. That is part of our responsibility to look at these things. So, Jackie, I'll
He'll agree.
Oh, Joe, we lost you.
Yeah. I'll interpret.
So Meredith, you made the motion. I will let you decide if you would like to care to amend your motion.
I will keep my motion as is.
Okay, so, uh-oh.
Oh,
Second.
jeez.
Jackie seconded.
Yeah.
Can we adjourn?
Oh, no.
Is that something I said?
So I,
So Meredith is keeping her motion, Jackie seconds. Yeah.
right, but we lost two of our members.
Oh,
We didn't like legit lose them. They're still at home.
We still got quorum.
we do still have, and it
still have a
sounded like
quorum.
Joe was leaning, agreed with Jackie.
It's a technicality here.
So shall we hold for a moment?
I guess, unless we just push it
It
to the
doesn't
next
really
meeting.
matter.
Can't reconnect this. It looks like something's been undone, but we do have,
What are you doing back there?
So-
Mark?
See them
Unplugging
now?
things?
this is Zoom, damn
So
it.
you see them?
I can't,
Yes.
yes.
Oh, you see them?
Okay,
Okay, that's
so
fine.
can we hear them?
Reminds me of
No.
a holiday song.
Can you hear us
Do
okay?
you see what I see? Or is it here?
No, it is. It's
Joe,
both
can
of
you
them,
hear
see and hear.
That's a Christmas.
Starts with here, see, yep. It's long, yeah.
Waiting in the dark.
I'm ready for Christmas.
So I will go ahead and we have a motion and a second, and I'll go around our room and then
Let's move it
hopefully we can hear our other members. So Meredith,
Aye.
Danielle,
Aye.
Tina,
Aye.
Jackie,
Hi.
Terry,
Aye.
and I am an aye. And then let me, oh.
Perhaps
legs
our
are
clerk can get
stuck.
the votes
So,
in here.
Mr. Osceola, he can't hear us here. Hold on.
Try it again.
Mr. Osceola, can you hear us? Oh, excellent. Okay, so, thank you. And Sharon? Perfect. So that is a unanimous vote. So, actually, I'm sorry, I have to go back over here. So now we are, last on our agenda, we had presentation of warrants that were presented.
Move to
Motion to
I'll
adjourn.
make a
adjourn?
motion to adjourn.
So moved.
No, that, she
I
made
made
the
the
motion.
motion. Jackie seconds.
We need a second. All right, all in favor? We are not discussing this.
Aye.
Sharon? Joe?
Oh.
Meredith?
Aye.
Your turn, Meredith. Danielle?
Aye.
Tina?
Aye.
Jackie? Terry?
Aye.
And the chair's an aye, and we are adjourned at a very late hour. My watch, I think, has died. 11:24 p.m.
Wow.
Good night.
I'm gonna
Or good morning.
Danielle, you
sign
want
the
to give
warrant.
me your phone number?
This is not my fault.
Yeah.